The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by guest chaplain, Reverend Christopher Legg of the South Spring Baptist Church, Tyler, Texas.
Come, let us reason together. Please pray with me. O Lord, King of kings, Abba, Father, and friend, help me to remember that every prayer is before you, the creator of all things and the lover of our souls. Whether we acknowledge you or not, guard us and guide us. Be our vision and our wisdom, and protect us from our own. Search us, know us, try us, and reveal us. See if there be any grievous way in us, and lead us in the way everlasting. Forgive us our pride, our lies, lack of appreciation for your truth and your love. We know you are doing a new thing. We see it springing up. Make known to us the path of life. Help us experience the full joy of your presence and the eternal pleasures at your right hand. We ask all of this according to the sanctifying work of your Spirit, for obedience to your Son and the sprinkling of his blood, and according to your perfect knowledge. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a devoted servant of the Lord and Savior, my pastor and friend, Chris Legg of South Spring Baptist Church in Tyler, Texas. I have known Pastor Legg now for almost a decade. He is a dedicated, authentic, and humble shepherd of the flock entrusted to him, and he is one of the most insightful teachers of Scripture I have ever encountered. Every Sunday through his teaching, I am challenged to more closely align my heart and my actions with the righteousness of the living God. Committed to discipleship, Pastor Legg understands that we are all ministers of the gospel, but he also understands that we are all broken people in need of a Savior. And if we doubt that, he simply reminds us to look in the mirror. Whether it is from the pulpit at South Spring, at Aletheia Family Counseling Center, behind the microphone during his Reconstructed Faith podcast, or simply engaging with everyone he meets, Pastor Legg does his best to point this lost world to a Savior who loves us each unconditionally and who came to bring us eternal life and life more abundantly. It is my great honor to sponsor Pastor Legg, husband to Ginger, father to 5, and friend to all, as guest chaplain to deliver the opening prayer before the United States House of Representatives. On behalf of East Texas, thank you, Chris and Ginger, for your lifetime of dedication to the gospel. I yield back.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm immensely grateful to call Debbie Lesko not only a colleague, but also a genuine friend. She's someone I admire. Debbie is one of the kindest and most forgiving people I've ever met in my life, and I can attest to that personally because she forgave me in a very big way. She's built a reputation as a rock-ribbed conservative champion. From her time in the Arizona State Legislature to her service here within the People's House, she never faltered in her work to protect the values and God-given freedoms of her constituents and the American people. Her friendship and collegiality will be sorely missed as we enter into a new Congress. But I know that wherever she goes, she'll continue to leave a positive, indelible mark with her work and passion. God bless you, Debbie, and may it continue to bless your family as you turn the page and enter a new chapter in your life.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of a titan of Western New York's media landscape, Don Postles, who is retiring at the end of this month. Don's career is marked by a strong commitment to journalistic integrity, pursuit of the truth, and service to the public. After tenures with Channel 2 and Channel 7, in 1993 he joined Channel 4 as a reporter and rose to become the station's lead co-anchor alongside his colleague Jackie Walker. Buffalonians have come to trust Don Postal's voice as one of honesty and integrity, guiding us through our highest of highs and lowest of lows. Whether it was our Buffalo Bills and Sabres bringing home a victory or a dangerous blizzard bearing down on the region, Don Postal's dedication to keeping folks informed has never wavered. His dedication and hard work leave behind an inspiring example for the next generation of journalists to follow. On behalf of the residents of Buffalo and all of our Western New York community, thank you, Don. Enjoy your hard-earned retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise before you today to recognize, quote, a date which will live in infamy, end quotes. The words President Franklin Roosevelt used in this very chamber following the attack on Pearl Harbor. On December 7, 1941, our great nation was suddenly attacked by the Imperial Japanese Navy, leading to the death of 2,043 American service members and civilians. 83 years later, we remember these brave souls who lost their lives that day defending our very freedoms. On August 23, 1994, Congress created the National Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day to honor the lives lost each year. We once again recognize and remember every man and woman who laid down their life for the United States that day. We are forever indebted to their sacrifices. In the time of war, our great nation was able to preserve. Let this day be a reminder to us that our freedom should never be taken for granted. God bless those who lost their lives that day, and God bless America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government is at its best when it helps those in need. That's the story of Collegeville resident Joe Idle. Joe was born with a rare heart condition that meant only half of his heart worked properly. For years, he endured surgery after surgery. And still at 37, Joe suffered heart and liver failure. A transplant was his only hope. The family's nationwide search began, and in 2020 at Vanderbilt University Hospital, Joe became the first person with Down syndrome to receive a combined heart-liver transplant. What made this possible? Medicare. Medicare saves lives. It saved Joe, and without it, thousands of Americans would not have the chance at the life they deserve. Through it all, Joe's courageous and contagious spirit never wavered. His story is not the story of sorrow, but of joy and enduring strength, and of the power of community. From his parents, Craig and Peg, to doctors, nurses, family, friends, and coworkers, Joe had love and support. May the Idle story be the story for many others in acute need. Now Joe is competing again with joy in the Special Olympics, a remarkable feat for a remarkable young man. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the retirement of one of Georgia's finest law enforcement officers. Jackson County Sheriff Janice Mangum will be leaving the force at the end of this year, marking an end to an incredible and historic 39-year career. Since 1985, Sheriff Mangum has devoted her life to protecting the innocent, keeping dangerous criminals off our streets, and serving as a leader to law enforcement officers in Jackson County and throughout Georgia. From her time as a radio operator to being elected as the second female sheriff in Georgia history, Sheriff Mangum leaves a legacy that saved countless lives and struck fear in the hearts of Georgia's criminals. She was named 2023 Georgia Sheriff of the Year and has received so many accolades and awards for her hard work and dedication that I truthfully do not have time to list them all. Know this, when there was a call to serve, she answered. On behalf of Georgia's 10th Congressional District, thank you for your commitment to Jackson County and the sacrifices you've made to keep us safe. You will truly be missed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the 40th anniversary of the 1984 Summer Olympic Games in Los Angeles, a momentous event that redefined what the Olympics could achieve and left a lasting legacy for our nation and the world. The 1984 Games were groundbreaking, the first privately financed and most successfully financial in history. With 5.7 million tickets sold and events across 4,000 square miles of Southern California, they captivated the world and showcased LA as a global leader. More than a display of athletic excellence, the 1984 Games ushered in a new era of innovation, technology, and inclusivity, while fostering international goodwill and reminding us that sport has the power to unite where politics may divide. From this success, the LA 84 Foundation was born, ensuring that the legacy of the 1984 Olympics continues to benefit future generations. Over the past 4 decades, the foundation has supported millions of young people, built vital infrastructure, and led the national conversation on play and equity and youth development. As we look ahead to the 2028 Olympics, LA will once again welcome the world, offering a unique opportunity to harness the soft power of sport to promote peace, strengthen global relationships, and inspire future generations. Let us build on this legacy as we prepare to unite the world once again in 2028. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, across our country, students continue to face uncertainty caused by the delays in the federal student aid system. Unfortunately, the Biden administration's botched rollout of the FAFSA program this past school year left students not knowing whether they would receive aid. Some students did not even know their financial aid status until after the start of the school year. Recently, I voted in favor of the FAFSA Deadline Act, which would ensure that FAFSA forms are made available by October 1st of each year, allowing students and their families and their schools the necessary time to complete, process, and receive those applications. These delays impact students both at flagship universities and at trade schools, leaving the students unsure of how they will afford the tuition in their chosen careers. It is time for the Senate to pass this legislation and give our students and their families the clarity that they need in order to return and resume their education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to join in a celebration of the 1-year anniversary of Medicaid expansion in the state of North Carolina. As a co-chair of the State Medicaid Expansion Caucus, I'm glad nearly 600,000 North Carolinians now have access to health care. I thank the North Carolina General Assembly for doing the right thing, and for the governor and DHS secretary for selecting Eastern North Carolina to celebrate this milestone where more than 95,000 residents now have care. It's not just that. We're also celebrating the many jobs that are helping to boost Eastern North Carolina's economy. After witnessing the closure to Martin General Hospital and other struggling hospitals in the East, expansion was vital. Congress must see the value, benefits, and the fruits of our labor. With the expansion of Medicaid and the groundbreaking of the new Center of Medical Education building, both we remain on the forefront of delivering a healthier Eastern North Carolina, and I couldn't be prouder. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a community leader whose service and dedication to myself and the state of Arizona are unmatched. Lisa Gray, my friend. When I got elected in Congress in 2018, Lisa was my first district director and assisted me in opening the office and did a great job. Through her time in my office, Lisa was committed to providing the best service to our constituents and playing an active role in our community. Still to this day, Lisa is an active member of our community and currently serves as the general manager of the Sun City Homeowners Association. Lisa is a leader, an advocate who fights for what she believes in. When I look back on my time in elected office, Lisa was such an important part of this journey, and I thank her for her service and commitment to our community and our country. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to congratulate the East St. Louis Flyers football team for winning the 2024 Illinois State Championship. Under Coach Darren Suckett's leadership, the Flyers went 13-1 this season, averaging an astonishing 43 points per game while giving up an average of just 7 points per game. On November 28th, the team finished their season with a 48-28 victory over Geneva, marking East St. Louis' 11th state championship and Coach Suckett's 5th state title with the Flyers. I want to personally congratulate each and every player, coach, and staffer who helped the Flyers achieve their goals on and off the field this season. I know that behind each win were hours of practice and preparation. Your dedication to the game of football in our local community is an inspiration. Go Flyers. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 3821, an act to reauthorize the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act of 2018.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1602, I call up Bill H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act, and ask for immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 205, H.R. 5349, a bill to develop and disseminate a civic education curriculum and oral history resources regarding certain political ideologies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1602, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee of Education and the Workforce printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate on the bill as amended, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-791, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debatable for time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to exert additional material for H.R. 5349.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act, authored by Representative Salazar from Florida. Communism is a cancerous ideology that has a long, dark history of political suppression, persecution, and violence. There's no question about that. This ideology has led to the deaths of over 100 million men, women, and children worldwide, and tramples the human rights of over 1.5 billion people across the globe. If you think this is a thing of the past, think again. The Victims of Communism Memorial Foundations put it this way: the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, but communism didn't. 100 years after the Bolshevik Revolution, 1/5 of the world's population still lives under the single-party communist regime of China, Cuba, Laos, North Korea, and Vietnam. The freedom we enjoy is a threat to these communist regimes, and they benefit when their atrocities are covered up. So it's no surprise that foreign actors are infiltrating American educational institutions to spew propaganda and keep the horrors of communism buried. For example, the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, is using Confucius classrooms under the guise of cultural exchange centers to undermine the principles on which this nation is built. They are explicitly organized by the CCP to project soft power on American students. The strategy is straight out of the Soviet playbook. In 1960, the USSR established the People's Friendship University as a cultural and literary exchange program to indoctrinate students in developing countries like Africa, Asia, and Latin America. This blatant attempt to inject foreign ideologies into schools undermines the fundamental purpose of American education. It goes without saying we should be teaching American values in American schools. Make no mistake, every dollar that flows into American classrooms from the CCP comes with strings attached. And the most important string is the requirement that instructors censor themselves to appease Beijing. This censorship stifles academic freedom, which is a cornerstone of the American educational system. Academic freedom encourages open dialogue, the free exchange of ideas, and the pursuit of knowledge without fear of reprisal. The Confucius classrooms, however, undermine these principles by fostering an environment where educators are pressured to align with the CCP's agenda, stifling critical thinking and true intellectual exploration. Yet over 500 K-12 schools across the United States have allowed the CCP to establish itself in their halls under the guise of Confucius classrooms, which has been especially concentrated close to U.S. military bases. To make matters worse, currently 28% of Gen Z hold a favorable opinion of the term communism. 18% of Gen Z think communism is a fairer system than capitalism and deserves consideration in America. These disturbing statistics make it clear that we are in a war of ideas. President Reagan's quote is even more present. Freedom is never more than a generation away from extinction. We celebrate accountability, free markets, human rights, and good governance, while communists seeks to subvert these ideas. We must protect and nurture our own democratic values for them to continue to thrive. This is a serious problem that must be confronted, and the crucial Communist Teaching Act is the answer. This legislation will offer states and local districts optional educational materials which they can educate high school students about the dangers of communism and how these systems are contrary to the founding principles of the freedom in the United States. This is all about preserving those founding principles, safeguarding the freedoms that have always defended or been defined in this great republic throughout its history, and educating the nation's future leaders about the true nature of this caustic ideology that is communism. With that, I urge a yes vote for the crucial Communism Teaching Act and reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise on H.R. 5349, the so-called crucial Communist Teaching Act, Communism Teaching Act. Let me start by acknowledging that there is value in educating our students about the dangers of totalitarianism and the atrocities committed under communist regimes. But the truth is, we're debating a bill that skirts around key historical lessons and only risks further politicizing education. Rather than bringing forward substantive legislation to address challenges that our children face in the classroom, Republicans want us to focus on this narrowly tailored bill that leaves out important issues that we should be discussing about communism. We should be taking action to address the actual challenges that our children are facing, like increasing legislation to increase achievement, academic achievement, increase investments in early childhood education, closing achievement gaps in our schools, tackle the mental health crisis among our youth, increasing graduation rates, making college more affordable. These are the challenges that people are actually facing. But this bill, in fact, the entire session has been silent on those issues. Furthermore, the bill fails to provide a complete and comprehensive approach to teaching students about the full history of communism. If we truly want to educate students about the dangers of extremism, we should be teaching them about all forms, not just communism, but how about fascism and other ideologies which have sought to strip people of their rights and freedoms. And even with communism, the bill neglects to mention the long history of using the label communism to inflame, scare, and pit Americans against each other. The bill remains silent when it comes to specifics, such as the discussion about the history of the House Un-American Activities Committee. Many fear that this approach will not only oversimplify this complex issue, but also distort our students' understanding of history. What is more troubling is that while we're debating this bill, Republicans are ignoring the actual efforts to invest in education and ensure that all children have the opportunity to succeed. We should be passing legislation that prioritizes their future, not creating distractions on divisive partisan messaging. So I urge my colleagues to come together to support legislation that will truly make a difference in the lives of American students. This legislation only directs an organization to create a limited curriculum on communism that public schools can adopt or not at the discretion of the local school system. Let's focus instead on policies that improve academic achievement, close achievement gaps, increase graduation rates, make higher education more affordable, issues that demand our immediate attention. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would advise my colleague that I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close when he's prepared to close, and I've reserved the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my colleague. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act. And I thank my colleague from Florida, Representative Salazar, for her work on this important legislation that comes from personal experience with communism. Communism has a long and dark history of political suppression, persecution, and violence that is being whitewashed by foreign influence in American education institutions for a long time. School children should receive an accurate and comprehensive education on communist regimes and policies. Communism has led to the deaths of over 100 million victims worldwide. It has failed every time it's been tried. And sadly, polls today show that 1 in 5 millennials and 1 in 3 members of Gen Z have a positive viewpoint of communism. Wow, Mr. Speaker, that data is troubling. And solutions start with ensuring an accurate education. And what this legislation does is says local K-12 schools are local K-12 schools. The bureaucracy and the federal government is not going to put the thumb on the scale, but we are going to give the opportunity for accurate education tools to be put in place if they choose to do it. And you know, I think there are a lot of American parents that would be thrilled with the opportunity of knowing that these resources put together by people who understand the history will be there for them. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 5349 as an initial positive step toward restoring the greatness of our country with the understanding of the evil influence of communism that is still there and invading our country at this very moment in our classrooms. I urge its passage, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the bill's sponsor, Representative Salazar.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the passage of my bill, H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act. My legislation will develop a curriculum on the real, brutal history of communism and provide states with the resources to implement it from K through the end of high school. This bill is crucial at this hour for the health of our nation. And why is that? Because America's youth has been brainwashed by media and academia for the last 30 years to believe that communism is good. What a travesty. What a horror. Ask my parents and my community if that is true. And I'm just going to bring you some proof. Nearly 40% of Gen Z and millennials think that the Communist Manifesto written by Karl Marx is better, and it's more of a defense of freedom than the Declaration of Independence written by Thomas Jefferson. Just picture that. Jefferson and Karl Marx. For 40% of Gen Z, Marx wins over Jefferson. What a problem we have as a country. The Declaration of Independence, as we all know, gave birth to the longest and most prosperous democracy in the world, ours, and that's why we have to preserve it through this bill. More than 1/3 of millennials approve of communism because they do not know what they're talking about or what this is all about. They don't know that communism has claimed over 100 million lives all over the world, making it the deadliest ideology known to mankind. I represent the people of the city of Miami, which is the heart of the Cuban exile community, refuge of hundreds of thousands of Cubans, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans that have fled the horrors of this ideology that we would like through this bill to teach our kids not to fall into that trap. Let's just go to Venezuela. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world. That's a fact. It used to have the same GDP as Germany only 25 years ago. That's another fact. It has an inflation right now over 150%. The average Venezuelan has lost 15 pounds for lack of food, a country that has the largest oil reserves in the world. Something doesn't match. In the last 25 years, nearly 8 million Venezuelans have fled the country, a country that, as I said, has the largest reserves of oil and it's full of resources, natural resources. Now let's go to Nicaragua. It was the breadbasket of Central America 25 years ago. Under communist Daniel Ortega, 28,000 properties have been expropriated, and Nicaraguans now are poorer than they were in the 70s. A couple of years ago, the last presidential contenders, 7 of them were put in jail because elections for communists is a problem. Therefore, you have to stifle them, and you put your political opponents in jail. That's the easiest part because there is no accountability. Now let's go to Cuba, where my parents come from. My parents fled in the 60s. 70% of Cubans today eat only once a day. The average Cuban makes $1 a day as income. In 1960, Cuba had a per capita income close to Italy or Argentina. Hunger, being hungry, is a very powerful motivator. Thousands and thousands of Cubans, I've known some of them, throw themselves into the ocean in the Florida Straits to get to Miami, facing the sharks, facing drowning, just to escape that communist inferno, and they expose their children to that. Just picture what that means. What do you got to be living in wherever you are in Cuba in order to throw yourself into the ocean and face the sharks in the dark? Today, the average Cuban has 1 hour of electricity. They have no food, no water, no medicine, no clothes, and they are desperate to come to the United States. An island that is 90 miles away from the United States, the most powerful economy in the world, and an island that could be Taiwan, Singapore, or Taiwan, or Hong Kong, but because of communism. In China, now let's leave this hemisphere, let's go to China. In China, up to 55 million people starved to death under Mao Zedong in the Great Leap Forward. Mao is one of the most evil communist leaders we all know, but you know that nearly half of our American kids do not even know who Mao Zedong is. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge murdered 1 million people.
Expired.
In the USSR, 10 million people were sent to freeze to death.
I'd like to leave 1 minute. No,
Thank
1
you.
minute.
Gentleman yields. Reserve.
Communists are in the business of power. It only takes one generation to believe their false promises, and we lose everything. So, we cannot misinform our children. Knowledge is powerful. Churchill said, study history, study history. The further backward you can look, the further forward you're likely to see. Communism only leads to destruction and misery. I urge support from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This bill has nothing to do with politics, Democrats. It has nothing to do with political parties. It has to do to preserve the institution and what we have created as a nation. So let's teach our children about the truth. Let's do not fall into the trap, and let's start from kindergarten teaching them, and then they will be able to make a knowledgeable decision when they go to the polling booths. So I urge support from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Let's pass H.R. 5349, and I yield back the balance of my time, which I don't think I have any. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Utah reserves.
What was it? Prepared to close. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. If this wasn't about politics, it would have also included fascism as well as communism. But while the majority pushes forward this bill that narrowly focuses on teaching some aspects of communism, we're ignoring the broader issues that affect students every day. We should be working together to improve academic achievement, close learning gaps, improve graduation rates, make college more affordable, and other important education issues. So instead of pursuing this distraction, let's focus on the real challenges that students face in the classroom today. Let's pass substantive legislation that supports our educators with the resources to provide a safe learning environment and empowers our students to succeed and prepares them for the future. So I urge my colleagues to prioritize the actual needs of our students, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
First of all, I want to thank my colleague from Florida. We can do a lot of good things in our country, including closing the border, taking care of inflation. If we do not teach our young people the danger of communism, we'll rot from within. So I want to thank you so much for that, for sure. Communism's long, dark history of political suppression, persecution, and violence is an established fact. As I mentioned from the start, it has led to the deaths of over 100 million victims worldwide and currently tramples the human rights of 1.5 billion people on this globe. It is troubling that so many Gen Z have no problem with communism or even embrace it. This is a result of two factors: the lack of accurate educational materials in U.S. schools and foreign actors who successfully push their propaganda. The good news is that Republicans have a solution that has a bipartisan support. H.R. 5349, the Crucial Communism Teaching Act, will support state and local efforts to educate high school students about the dangers of communism and how these are those systems that are contrary to the founding principles of the freedoms in the United States. Communist influence and infiltration in schools is real. Students need accurate information about how dangerous these ideologies are. By passing this bill, Congress can send a message that stands against hate, indoctrination, radicalization of America's next generation of leaders. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider the amendment printed in the part of House Report 118-791. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the gentlewoman rise as the designee of the gentleman from New Jersey? Does the gentlewoman rise as the designee of the gentleman from New Jersey?
Does the gentlewoman rise for the designee of New Jersey?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as the designee of gentleman from New Jersey, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part A of House Report number 118-791, offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1602, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, and a member of opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, offered by my colleague, Representative Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey, ensures that the civic education curriculum in this bill covers how past and present communist and totalitarian regimes have committed grave human rights abuses and threatened democracies. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that communist and totalitarian regimes view democracies as a threat. They have repeatedly sought to undermine democracies and threaten their stability at every turn. But these regimes also trample the rights of many of their own citizens, especially ethnic and religious minorities. As we know, the People's Republic of China has committed grave human rights abuses and, according to the State Department, continues to carry out genocide, crimes against humanity, forced labor, and other human rights violations against Uyghurs in China's western provinces. The PRC also poses an increasingly aggressive threat to Taiwan, a key democracy and a vital partner of the U.S., which shares our fundamental values. I firmly believe that it's worthwhile for students from all backgrounds to better understand these facts. This amendment broadens and expands the curriculum that would be made available to high school students to help them become more aware of history and how communist and totalitarian regimes threaten our security and values. In closing, I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting Representative Gottheimer's common sense amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve? What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment, though I do not oppose.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As was mentioned, this amendment would ensure the optional learning resources developed by the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation are periodically updated, and with a special focus on the China's human rights abuses and aggression against democratic nations. The Chinese Communist Party has egregiously and repeatedly violated human rights. They have persecuted Muslim minorities, displayed aggression toward Taiwan, and cracked down on peaceful pro-democratic protesters. In Chinese schools, they are indoctrinating their students to ignore or dismiss these human rights abuses. But they're not only content to only brainwash their own students, they're also attempting to indoctrinate American students, as I mentioned in my opening statement. American students need to know about communism and especially the evils of the Chinese Communist Party. The Gottheimer Amendment would ensure that these optional resources fully include information about China's abuses so students can get a full version of history. I support the gentleman's amendment and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yield. Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for the remainder of her time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and cousin, Representative Jamie Raskin.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for yielding. I'm just becoming acquainted with the amendment in the legislation now, but it seems to me it's a very good idea to educate people on the dangers, the perils of communist totalitarianism as well as other kinds of totalitarianism, Nazi and fascist totalitarianism, the forces we defeated in the last century. And obviously, there are a lot of Americans who need a primer on the dangers of communist totalitarianism. For example, the president-elect, who still seems to have a love affair with Kim Jong-un, the last remaining communist dictator on earth, who is a major threat to the human rights of people who live in North Korea. Vladimir Putin, the former head of the KGB, who described the collapse of the Soviet Union as the worst catastrophe of the 20th century, remains a severe threat to democracy and freedom all over the world. So, along with the distinguished chairman of the committee, I'm sorry that there's not an explicit recognition of Nazism and fascism here, but there's no problem with educating people about the dangers of communist totalitarianism, because there's so many people, including the president-elect, who seem not to remember the dangers of communist totalitarianism and what people like Vladimir Putin did under Soviet communism and the threat that continues to be posed. So I think the amendment makes good sense to identify the Chinese government's violent mistreatment of the Uyghurs, of people in Tibet, and continuing human rights violations that are taking place, which means we shouldn't be making alliances with communist and totalitarian oligarchs all over the world. We should be criticizing them and challenging them for the violation of human rights of people who live under their empire. America should not be aligned with the oligarchs and the fascists and the Stalinist communists all over the world. We should be aligned with the democratic movements, people who are struggling for freedom and human rights. So, I'm sorry that this was written in such a partial way, but it at least gets at part of the problem, and I hope it will be a real education to the incoming administration as well as to young people about the dangers of people like Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, communists who have undermined human rights and freedom in our time. And with that, I'm happy to yield back to the very distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president-elect. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill and on the amendment by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. The question is on the amendment by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to develop and disseminate a civic education curriculum and oral history resources regarding certain political ideologies and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The bill is passed. Reconsider. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Can you ask for a recorded vote, please? Ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 300. We're sure. Okay. On this vote, the yeas were 328. The nays were 60. On this vote, the yeas are 327. The nays are 62. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday, December 9th, 2024, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection.
The House will come to order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will come to order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and correct my comments.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker.
The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor John W. Hall. John Hall is a 99-year-old and a U.S. Army veteran who was fought in both World War II and the Korean War. Hall became a prisoner of war in December of 1944 following the Battle of the Bulge. John Hall and his fellow POWs faced extremely harsh conditions in the disease-ridden POW 5. John Hall earned a Bronze Star for his service in Korea, where he was wounded in combat. To this day, Hall exemplifies humility and insists that he is not a hero. But he is precisely to defend our country and our precious freedom. We thank him for his service. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of my dear friend and a true pillar of the Greensboro community, Yvonne Johnson. Few individuals have so completely embodied the spirit of their city as Yvonne did for Greensboro. A proud native, she graduated from Dudley High School and received degrees from both Bennett College and North Carolina A&T State University. It was during her college years that she became deeply involved in the civil rights movement, marching with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and participating in the historic Woolworth's sit-ins. Her relentless dedication to justice paved the way for nearly 30 years of service on the Greensboro City Council, where she made history as the first black person elected to serve. Later, she shattered another barrier as the city's first black mayor. Yvonne was a trailblazer, a role model, and a real leader. I will miss her, but feel privileged to have known and worked with her. Surely her memory will be a blessing for all who knew her, for she made Greensboro a better place for all of us. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Tommy Pappas.
Gentlemen will suspend. Gentlemen seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend his remarks.
That's right, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Tommy Pappas, or as he's lovingly known to the people of Columbus as Tommy, of Tommy's Diner in Franklinton. Tommy made a simple meal really feel just like a celebration. And since 1989, his warm hospitality, larger-than-life presence, as you can see from this picture, made Tommy's Diner a neighborhood institution. Today, we honor Tommy's hard work and service to the city of Columbus and all of Central Ohio. Our thoughts are with his wife, Kathy, his sons, Michael and Louie, and the entire Pappas family. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate the first Alicia Chucky Hansen Day in the United States Virgin Islands, designated by the Virgin Islands Legislature as December 6th. From the moment Senator Hansen stepped into the Virgin Islands Legislature in 1986, she committed herself to being an advocate for Virgin Islanders and individuals from all walks of life. Our beloved Chucky was truly a force to contend with and a role model and mentor for young girls and women, and continues to hold the record for the longest-serving senator from St. Croix. Senator Hansen committed much of her time to the American Legion, supporting our territory's veterans. She was a lively radio personality, engaging with our community on a weekly basis. And let me tell you, if Chucky was for you, nobody could be against you. Senator Hansen, we remember and honor your memory today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, December 7th, marks the 83rd anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Dozens of Alabamians were killed on this tragic day, including 32 on the USS Arizona and Julius Ellsbury, who was believed to be the first black Alabamian to die in World War II. I rise today to honor the memory of all these brave Alabamians and Americans, but I would like to specifically focus on Chief Carpenter John Arnold Austin from Warrior, Alabama. On the morning of December 7th, John was aboard the USS Oklahoma, which was the first ship to be attacked by the Japanese on Battleship Row. John and many of his shipmates found themselves trapped, but he found an escape route and is credited with saving 15 sailors that day. Unfortunately, he perished in the process. Chief Carpenter Austin was awarded the Navy Cross posthumously. His citation reads, "He gallantly gave his life in service of his country." The USS Austin, a destroyer escort, was later named in his honor. As we honor those lost, let us remember and reflect on their sacrifices and the high cost required to preserve freedom. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 159 years since the ratification of the 13th Amendment on December 6, 1865, which abolished slavery and freed nearly 4 million enslaved persons, including some of my ancestors. When you look at these formerly enslaved, you see the hopes and dreams that were so written and promised in our United States Constitution. However, the path to freedom has been unevenly realized across this nation, and true freedom remains a work in progress. In fact, it still exists as the legacy of slavery and injustice endures because the 13th Amendment was incomplete. It allows for slavery to exist if a person is convicted of a crime, and this disproportionately affects Black Americans. In 2023, Black Americans were incarcerated at rates 5 times higher than white Americans. And as of 2022, white households held 6 times the wealth of Black households. If we are truly to live up to our creed, as stated, of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we must end these disparities as soon as possible. As we honor the progress achieved, let us recommit to building a future of justice and equality for all. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Bill Barnett, a remarkable public servant as he celebrates his 80th birthday. For over 2 decades as a Christian County Western District Commissioner, Bill's leadership has transformed our community, paving roads, building bridges, and modernizing services that have improved countless lives. Beyond infrastructure, Bill's faith has guided his life. A devoted member of the Nixa Church of the Nazarene, he and his wife, Glenna, embody compassion and services. Bill also supports boards and causes, from senior centers to environmental initiatives, while running a small business and cherishing his role as a family man. Bill's faith, integrity, and dedication inspire us all. Happy 80th birthday, Bill. Your legacy is a blessing to us all.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, at this holiday season and other auspicious occasions, I rise to celebrate a cherished, inspiring tradition that bridges history, culture, and community, the enduring role of the town crier. In Northwest Ohio, Sylvania's town crier, Michael Lieber, embodies this vibrant legacy with distinction and flair. For nearly 3 decades, Mr. Lieber has been a living emblem of civic pride, dressed in 19th century regalia, ringing his handbell and calling out proclamations with unmatched zeal. His booming voice proclaiming, "Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay," has carried the spirit of Sylvania not just across Ohio, but across the globe, from Melbourne, Australia, to the airwaves of Good Morning America. Town criers, once vital in relaying news to illiterate publics, now serve as keepers of history and creators of joy. They infuse modern events with old world charm. Mr. Lieber's dedication highlights the best of American ingenuity and community service, connecting us to our past while celebrating the present. Let us commend Town Crier Lieber and his fellow criers for preserving this unique, joyful tradition and inspiring us to honor our shared history. Their contributions remind us all that civic pride is a timeless virtue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Lieber, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Lots of Californians. I thought it was up to Luis. I seek unanimous consent to rest the House 1 minute and revise my murder.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Okay. California's unemployment system is failing. The state owes $20 billion to the federal government because of mismanagement and rampant fraud. Small businesses are going to be left to pick up the mess. Instead of addressing the root problem, California should instead help small businesses and not shove the problem onto them. Instead, they're going to see higher unemployment insurance taxes to cover up this debt, higher taxes on already struggling businesses in my home state, on top of the taxes, regulations, and red tape they already face. These small businesses are key to getting people back to work. They're being crushed by these policies that prioritize bureaucracy over actual solutions. When the state cannot account for many billions of dollars of unemployment as well as through the EDD, let alone the billions that are missing now for homeless issues, it needs to really get back and focus on what is important for the people of California. We have crime to solve, we have water we need to store and help with our agriculture, we have homeless problems that are still not being met, we have housing issues we need to do, and instead we get more and more of this kind of corruption. The path to recovery starts with our small businesses in California, not harming them with more taxes. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the work that my colleagues in the Mental Health Caucus and I are doing to address America's mental health and addiction crisis. When I first took office, my home state of Oregon ranked second to last in the nation in terms of access to mental health services and dead last for the widespread prevalence of mental illness. It's why I've made this issue a top priority and took on a leadership role as co-chair of the Mental Health Caucus, where our members have introduced around 200 bills during this Congress alone to address various pieces of the mental health puzzle. Personally, I've introduced my own mental health-related bills and co-sponsored dozens more. I've held listening tours, roundtables, and town halls to hear directly from community members to understand the challenges they face and establish strong relationships with advocates and treatment professionals to ensure our solutions are guided by lived experiences. These actions have helped raise awareness and reduce the stigma around seeking care, but that is merely just the first step, and I know there is still so much more work to be done. I remain committed to reaching across the aisle and working with my colleagues in both parties to continue this work, make strides on this issue in the next Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Kendra Santiago as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Last month, while on the job, pizza delivery driver Kendra Santiago saved a man's life in Fairlawn, Ohio. While she was taking his order over the phone, Kendra became concerned about his speech patterns. And as a former nurse's aide who was also pursuing a career as an EMT, Kendra volunteered to make the delivery. When she arrived at the man's house in Fairlawn, his wife told Kendra that he was no longer breathing. Kendra sprung into action and helped stabilize the man until paramedics arrived. Kendra visited the man several times in the hospital during his recovery, extending her care and concern to her neighbor. She says she hopes that this will inspire others in our community to learn how to identify the common signs of a stroke, seizures, and other potential health risks. Ohio's 13th Congressional District is home to many champions just like Kendra, who work hard every day and don't hesitate to lend a helping hand to a neighbor in need. Kendra's selfless act is a shining example of why our district is known as the birthplace of champions. Thank you again, Kendra, and I wish you all of the best of luck in your future endeavors, especially your endeavors becoming an EMT, and I hope that you continue to inspire your community, our community, just as you have inspired me and the entire country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my dear friend, Tommy Pappas. Tommy's story is an American dream. Born in a small village in Greece, he taught himself to cook as a child. And for the last 35 years in Columbus, he owned and opened Tommy's Diner. Tommy's wasn't just a restaurant. It was a community hub. From neighbors, governors, mayors, to construction workers and judges, everyone was welcome. If your photo made it to Tommy's wall, you had made it. But Tommy didn't just celebrate the famous. He remembered every customer's name and treated everyone the same. Tommy's was one of my favorite places for breakfast. I held interviews there, and I even held my presidential inauguration ticket lottery there. Tommy's Diners was featured on the Food Network shows Diners, Dive-Ins, and Drive-Ins. His legacy will live on, Mr. Speaker. Rest in peace, Tommy, and I was lucky to call you my friend. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the remarkable career of my very good friend, Anaheim City Council member Steve Fossel. Steve has spent his entire life giving back to the city of Anaheim. He was first elected to the City Council in 2016 and now serves as a member of the Board of Directors of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Steve also is a strong advocate of history, and he is a founding member of the Museo in Anaheim and the Cultural Center in Anaheim. And as board secretary, he's been able to teach history to young people in Anaheim, tourists, and anybody else who wants to listen to the great story and history of the city of Anaheim. And today, as Steve leaves the Anaheim City Council, Steve, I want to recognize you for your hard work and dedication to our community. Thank you for giving back. I know you're not done, and I know we're going to hang out at more events in the years to come. Thank you very much, and Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
To revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Millington High School varsity football team for winning the Division VII state championships last weekend. The Millington Cardinals took home their first ever state championship in football. 24-0 shutout, and capping off their undefeated season as champions. And I might add, they were the only undefeated team in the state this year. Congratulations. So congratulations to Coach Germain and the talented group of young men for their incredible accomplishment on the field. You have made Michigan's 9th District proud, and I hope you cherish this memory for the rest of your lives. Congratulations again to the Millington High School student body, and go Cardinals. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to congratulate the University of Oregon Ducks on their 12-0 season and having the #1 ranking in college football. And congratulations to Dan Lanning, who's led this football team to the only undefeated record in college football. I also want to shout out quarterback Dylan Gabriel, who's thrown over 3,200 yards and is the Big Ten's Offensive Player of the Year. The offensive and defensive lines that continue to win games in the trenches. Brian Betcher, who leads our team in tackles. Tez Johnson, who leads our team in receptions. Jordan James, who's rushed over 1,000 yards this season. We Oregonians are proud of our Ducks, and we want to wish our team luck against Penn State tomorrow. We'll be cheering you on to a title, and go Ducks. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor an activist, an advocate, a legislator, a trailblazer, and now an ancestor, the Honorable State Representative Gloria Fox. Rep. Fox retired as the longest-serving woman in the Massachusetts State House. But even before making electoral history, she had already cemented her reputation as one of the fiercest advocates in the city of Boston. And that activism was born from an uncompromising love of community, the pursuit of justice, and her constant presence in her district, from community meetings to ribbon cuttings to Sunday brunch after services. Whenever she was greeted with a "good to see you, Rep," she would exclaim, "good to be seen." She was a truth teller, justice seeker, inspiring orator, and although no one wanted to follow her on the microphone in a speaking program, we would follow her anywhere. As I reflect on the incredible legacy of Representative Gloria Fox, I keep returning to her ability to make every constituent feel seen. Actually, anyone who ever met her feels seen because her impact far exceeded the geographical bounds of her district. But she had ability to make everyone feel seen and to see greatness in everyone. From our foster youth, to our elders, to people living with HIV and AIDS, to those that are incarcerated, she made everyone feel seen and centered in her policies and in the budgetary investments that she fought for. Rest in power. Thank you, Gloria Fox, for making us all feel seen. I know I will most certainly miss seeing you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as California's fire season draws to a close, I rise to express my deepest gratitude to CAL FIRE, Riverside County, and the City of Riverside firefighters for their unwavering dedication to keeping our community safe. This past season, the Canyon Crest, Haywarden, Minton, and Eagle fires scorched more than 2,500 acres in Riverside County. As we see the intensity and frequency of fire emergencies grow, our local firefighters have consistently risen to the occasion, to working around the clock, putting their health and safety on the line, and tirelessly battling the flames to protect our homes and families. I'd also like to acknowledge the tremendous contributions of former Riverside Fire Chief Michael Moore, who retired after more than 40 years of dedicated service this past September, and extend my congratulations to Chief Steve McKinster as he assumes the leadership of the Riverside Fire Department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, North Carolina is a true purple state. With our nearly 50-50 split between Democrats and Republicans, North Carolinians expect fairness when it comes to how their voices are represented in Congress. But the Republican-controlled legislators' latest mid-decade gerrymandered election maps did more than just silence voters in North Carolina. They reshaped the balance of power in Washington, costing Democrats control of the U.S. House of Representatives. The congressional map we used to have with a 7-7 Democrat-Republican split reflected the true political makeup of our state. It was fair. It gave voters on both sides confidence that their voices mattered. But that wasn't good enough for legislative Republicans. In Raleigh, they threw fairness out the window, forcing through a mid-decade map that handed Republicans an unfair 10-4 advantage in this next Congress. That's 71% of the seats going to Republicans in our 50-50 state. It doesn't take a mathematician to see what's wrong with that. And now with Adam Gray's victory in California's 13th district, giving Republicans a bare 3-seat majority in the House, it's clear that gerrymandering tipped the scales in their favor and cost Democrats control of the U.S. House of Representatives. If not for Republican gerrymandering, Hakeem Jeffries would be our next Speaker of the House with a 218 to 217 victory. That's why I'm fighting for my bill, the Fair Maps Act, which establishes independent, nonpartisan redistricting commissions in every state, which I know you support, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not going back because of gerrymandering. I'm not giving up or going out quietly. The people of North Carolina
time has
deserve better. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor and congratulate the Bayonne chapter of Unico National on their 75th anniversary. Since their inception in 1949, these dedicated men and women who volunteer in service to their community have lived up to their values of unity, integrity, charity, and opportunity. Rooted in their Italian-American heritage, the entire Bayonne chapter of Unico has left a remarkable impact on New Jersey throughout their history, supporting underserved families, investing in impactful local organizations, and working tirelessly to bring our neighborhoods together. It was my honor to join them this year for their celebration, honoring the 2024 Man of the Year, my friend Brian Dellabella. It's a privilege to represent Bayonne in Congress, and on behalf of all of New Jersey's 8th Congressional District, I'd like to congratulate the Bayonne chapter of Unico on 75 great years. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my report.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the football teams of two incredible institutions in our state, Georgia Tech and the University of Georgia. Last week, these two university football teams played one of the most exciting games many of us have ever witnessed. This incredible game was neck and neck and went into 8 overtimes, which is the second most overtimes in a college football game ever, only eclipsed by the 2021 Illinois-Penn State game, which had 9 overtimes. More importantly, the respect that the players, these gridiron warriors, staff, coaches, and fans showed each other after such a heated exchange was truly admirable. Our in-state rivalry remains the gold standard of rivalries in college football, and after the last whistle blew, both teams showed the deserved respect to each other. Seeing Coach Kirby Smart and Brent Key embrace each other after the game reminds us all of what sportsmanship truly looks like. This was truly the game of the year, a game of clean, old-fashioned hate that ended with the utmost respect. Congratulations to Georgia on their win and to Georgia Tech for their incredible resolve. We are so proud of both of these teams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Please see the attached letter of resignation from the U.S. House of Representatives effective December 8, 2024. Signed sincerely, Adam Schiff, Member of Congress.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All right, shall we have at it? There's a couple things first. I committed a sin last week. How many of us have always learned when you do one of these floor speeches like I did a couple weeks ago, and I never, ever, ever read the comments except over Thanksgiving. And so I got to find a way to say thank you. You have a few hundred people who watch some idiot here try to sound like an economist and walk through what they see happening in the debt deficits and growth opportunity and the demographics. And remarkable. A lot of folks, really smart ideas and those things. Then you have about the half of them that are probably Russian trolls. They really do need to work on their English because they pop off saying, no English person would speak that way. The other thing that's also frustrating is you get the folks you can tell who are intellectually trapped about 2 decades out of date. My favorite one is, well, you can save Social Security by just raising the cap. I did entire floor speeches earlier in the year showing the economics and the numbers that take people over 400, 500,000, remove the cap. It was only covering 36, 38% of all shortfall. And now you have chewed up your C-corn. You have functionally no additional places to go to cover those other margins. So please, I appreciate everyone who's willing to comment. I appreciate the ideas, but here's an idea I'd like to share for anyone on this campus here and the members of Congress. If you go to our Schweikert website, our official website, there's a place there you can sign up for what we call the daily debt. And every day we send you a text message. And that text message, we reach over, we built this whole system to reach into the Treasury statements and tell you, hey, here's what we borrowed today. Here's what we borrowed this month. Here's what we borrowed per second. So like yesterday, we were, I think, at $74,500 a second over the last 12 months. Get that. Sign up for it. You're going to get a text message from us every working day. Those people who do not understand the gravity of the growth of the debt, we now have, I think, a few thousand people that get the daily debt text message from our office. And I think it's starting to change the culture around here to deal with reality. And I can give you an example. So just before we went on Thanksgiving, a couple weeks ago, I held up this board saying, hey, we're going to hit $36 trillion of borrowing in the next day or so. I stand here with the same board from functionally two and a half weeks ago. It's no longer 36 trillion. As of yesterday, it's 36,170 billion. Meaning in those like 2.5 weeks since we were last here, we've added another $170 billion of borrowing. At that current rate, we're clicking off functionally $1 trillion. What would that be? Every 105 days? So in all the people you heard come to the microphone this week, how many of them came from behind the microphone and say, we're going to borrow every 100-some days another $1 trillion? And there's the crisis. We have people walking up and down the hallways. I just had someone out here grabbing me, begging me, saying, "Now, don't cut any of our things that the Democrats gave us a couple of years ago. Yeah, I know every dime of it is borrowed money." Remember, and I need to let's see if I can make this make sense. For every dollar of tax receipts we take in last year, we borrow $1, we spend $1.39. So we take in $1, we spend $1.39. So that $1.39 is borrowed. And these numbers just get worse. And this is the thing that makes people so angry. Every dollar of the borrowing over the next decade is not some fancy this or that, it's interest and healthcare costs. I think we're in a moment where baby boomer retirements this year will be about 13,000 people a day. They're moving into their earned benefits. Remember, we have a societal deal. You work so many quarters, you get Social Security. You do this, you pay in your FICA taxes, those things, you get Medicare. Okay? But this place is unwilling to have conversations on how to modernize the way we deliver healthcare to change the price. So every day, this government's going to borrow $6 or $7 billion. It's the math. So think of that. And even, I added on here, even if I remove the interest we have to pay every day, for every dollar we take in, we spend $1.21. Interest this year will be about $1 trillion. A decade from now, that almost doubles. It's our reality. So let's actually try to make a point here once again, and I'm sorry for anyone who's been crazy enough to watch one of these presentations, but for some reason I can't get this to sink in. Take a look. This is the 2024, so we've already gone through this. Mandatory, 24%. What we get to vote on, about 26% of the spending. What that means is, you see here in the blue, non-defense and defense, every dime a member of Congress here votes on is borrowed. Every dime in defense is borrowed. Every dime in discretionary is borrowed. And the borrowing, remember the previous slide I showed you, for every dollar we take in, we spend $1.39. You know what that means? A chunk of what is mandatory. Now, what is mandatory, David? So it's earned benefits. It's borrowed money. And I need to explain this real quick, because back to the comments on last week's speech, Social Security does not add to the debt. Paying back the borrowed money from the Social Security Trust Fund does add to the debt. So let's walk through this once again. Here's Social Security. They built up a trust fund of trillions of dollars. But today, the tax receipts that come in from your payroll tax, that 12.4% for Social Security, half paid by typically your employer, or you, unless you're self-employed, you pay for the whole thing. Those taxes don't cover the benefits. So this month, all those taxes come in, Treasury, Social Security calculates, saying, oh, we're short this much. Reach over, call Treasury and say, we have these special Treasury bills that we pay interest on. They actually get a fairly decent rate of interest on them. We need to cash in this Treasury. So Treasury goes and borrows money to give money back, to pay back the money they've borrowed from Social Security. No one stole your money. Social Security doesn't add to the debt. Paying back the trust fund of Social Security does, because the money is borrowed. I hope I said that in the simplest fashion. But the point I'm trying to make here, we're on the cusp of being able maybe to try to do very hard things. But the army of bureaucrats, the army of people that want stuff, and there's spending, here's a check, but there's also spending through the tax code. Look, I'm on Ways and Means, where give us this special carve out. Well, that's technically spending. But everyone needs to get your head around. Every dime we as members of Congress vote on is borrowed money. All right, so let's actually have a little something even more dystopian. Yay! Depends on how you like to calculate it. Most people are going to tell you that last fiscal year, which ended, October 1st. So the 2024 fiscal year, United States federal government borrowed 6.4% of the economy. If you put in the interest paid back to the trust funds, it may be like 6.8. But think of that. So the entire economy, you're borrowing that 6.4% of the entire economy that year. Why this chart is important. The baseline of law, and this is where I'm going to make some people angry in a moment, so hang on. The baseline says in 9 budget years, we're not borrowing that 6, 6.5, 6.8, whatever it actually is. We're going to be borrowing 9.2% of the entire U.S. economy that year's debt. And the next year's bigger, and the next year's bigger, and the next year's even bigger. And it's demographics. It's debt deficits and demographics. Debt is driven by us. We got older as a population. A couple of weeks ago, I showed some of the, if you go to this Census Bureau data set, you can see if you do some of the math, it's somewhere between 11 and 16 years the United States has more deaths than births. Process that. What are you willing to do policy-wise to deal with the reality that all across America over the next decade, you're going to see schools closing because there's fewer kids? It's already here. And look, I'm 62, my wife's 62. I have a 2.5-year-old and a 9-year-old because we're pathologically optimistic. But when you look at this chart, I always think that joke is funny, but maybe it's a little too dark. This chart makes it clear. Baseline, in 9 years, we're borrowing 9.2% of the economy. So what happens when, if you read the political Washington press this week, we all know we have a huge tax issue we have to deal with. Parts of the 2017 tax reform that I was part of from Ways and Means expire, meaning working people, LLCs, small businesses, partnerships, those things all have your taxes go back to the tax rates prior to 2017. Okay. First year in 2026, it's about $400 billion. Over the 10 years, as we often talk about things here, it's what? Let's use $4.6 trillion. Okay. We have a number of members, more in the Senate, saying, don't pay for it. Creating sort of this language saying, well, we're going to say it's policy baseline. No, the law is the taxes are going up. We should find a way to pay for it. But if we do policy baseline, this is at the end of the decade, we're not borrowing 9.2% of the economy. Add about another point on that. So you're somewhere in the 10% of the entire economy will be borrowed every year. I need you to think through, for people that are interested who watch world markets and debt and what's going on in the world. How many of you remember this last summer? What happened in Great Britain? Remember? We're going to lower taxes. I love lower taxes. What happened to the British pound? What happened to British interest rates? Remember the bond vigilantes showed up? What happened in France just 2 days ago? Remember, they were trying to do an austerity budget, just trying to get back to where they're mandated under the European Union on their amount of debt they're borrowing, and the government collapsed. What happened in South Korea? Remember, part of that battle was trying to do a budget because South Korea's population is collapsing. Maybe we should actually have some introspection here of what's going on with us and the world. And do you think the people that we sell our debt to are going to keep looking the other way and just keep buying it? Are they going to want premiums? Or are we going to have taken so much capital out of the economy that there's almost no growth? Because you actually have both models out there. You have where debt markets have charged very high interest rates because of the debt. You also have the Japanese model. Now, they had huge savings, but they also went, 2 decades with almost no economic growth because the capital didn't go to new plant and equipment to become more productive. It went to finance the country's debt. Both are miserable because both create the same amount of tax receipts. You have very high interest rates. I got to finance that. So here's my spendable dollars. Very low growth, lower tax receipts. Both cause the same crisis. So if you're someone that likes to have the intellectual, okay, go do some academic papers, it's great, but the effect to our society is the same. This is the baseline. This is without the games and the gimmicks. So let's one more time do one of the most difficult boards here. Well, actually, no, I'm going to skip one. Let's finish this thought. So both CBO and then one of my joint economic PhDs basically we're working on even modernizing or updating the data that CBO put out a couple days ago on, hey, what would happen if that portion of the expiring tax provisions, we continue it. So we continue the taxes for working people and small business and those things, but we find a way to pay for it. Turns out, and this chart's a little hard to read because we printed this at last second, but if you can get up here, what happens is if you pay for it, you actually get positive growth. You get to do the extension of the current tax policy, but if you pay for it, the size of the economy actually grows. Tax receipts actually go up. If you just throw it on the debt bucket, you actually slow down the economy. You have stripped so much more capital. Remember, I just told you, what, 4.6 trillion over the 10 years? You've just sucked that much out of available capital for you to be able to get a loan to buy that plant equipment, to become a more productive business, to invest in your workers so that you can pay them more. This is the battle that you're going to see around here for the next few months of, do we look the other way, say, oh, let's just do it's easy, stick it on our kids, stick it on your retirement. Yeah, we'll pay all sorts of interest. Yes, the bond markets will punish us. Maybe at some point we'll have the fun of a failed bond auction because the bond market will realize we have no sense here of how fragile we're making the U.S. economy by the piling on of U.S. debt. But the economists said, Congress, Senate, if you're listening, try to do the moral work of let's extend those tax cuts. They're based in, these are for hardworking people, small businesses. Extend them. Do the hard work and find a way to pay for it. And that's how you get the morality of the benefit of additional economic growth and also communicate to those debt markets that the United States is actually serious about starting to provide some stability. Remember, and it's actually been 6-7 weeks since I last actually did this chart, but at that time, the United States was number 14 on the credit stack, meaning Greece could sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. You want us to still have the exorbitant privilege of the US dollar being the dollar that denominates the world for trade, those things? Do you think we get to continue to hold that extraordinary privilege when we're crushing the debt markets with more debt? Flooding the world with more of our bonds? This isn't a game. And I know it's hard to go home and talk to your voters and say, hey, we borrow as of yesterday, $74,500 a second. Our expectation is by the end of the year, that number may be somewhere in the mid-80s, maybe approaching $90,000 a second. And what's the driver? So this is the CBO number, and the chart's actually a little out of date. 100% of the debt for the next 30 years is the very thing the idiots like members of Congress like me aren't allowed to come behind these microphones and tell you. Interest. That's the interest is the, well, let's see, interest is the blue, but it's Medicare. And in 9 years from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund's empty, do you double senior poverty in America? Or do you find some way to backfill that? Do you reach into the general fund and say we're going to supplement it? Or do we actually have any people here? Except the problem is you're not allowed to actually talk about Social Security because the Democrats over there are going to run attack ads on you, making it absolutely toxic to have the morality of how do you fix Social Security. Because it's math. The trust fund will go empty. So, $124 trillion deficit. But guess what has $9 trillion of, we'll call it positive, because it grew, the spending grew slower than the economy. It's actually what we call defense, non-defense discretionary. So so ultimately it becomes what? $115 trillion of debt 30 years from now. It's 100% interest Medicare, interest Social Security. It's our demographics. And if someone around here goes, well, they stole my money. No, they didn't steal your money. The average couple on Social Security, it's a crap rate of return, but you get all the money you put into Social Security in like $72,000 spiff. It's Medicare that average couple puts in, oh, forgive me, I don't have my chart, but it was like $280,000 over their work life, and they get like $600,000-700,000 back. It's that That's the primary driver of U.S. debt. And my argument is, don't talk about going and cutting benefits, talk about modernizing it. Do you not think the technology around us, the ability to make people healthier, when we've actually done whole presentations that obesity over the next 10 years is over $9 trillion additional healthcare spending, wouldn't the morality of making people healthier, helping them be healthier, be incredibly moral and really good for federal debt? And that's part of the argument. I come here over and over and over, and I'm going to show some charts on that. Modernize, modernize, modernize. So the binary the binary folks around here that say, tax more, cut more. I have a whole presentation I've done here multiple times. All the taxes that the Democrats want to do, we've scored them. It's about 1.5% of GDP when you do the economic effects. Almost every cut proposal that's been done on our side is about 1% of GDP. So you got 2.5%. I just showed you in 9 years we're over 9.2% of the economy. 2.5. Last year we borrowed what? 6.4, 6.8, depends on what you want to score. Does anyone see a problem? All the discussions that come behind these microphones is we're going to tax more. It's just a fraction of the problem. We're going to cut our way. It's a fraction of the problem. Until you modernize, have that modern revolution in how we deliver services, what we think of as government, how we do it, you can't change the spending enough. Problem is that requires thinking, reading, and also requires our staff, and for any staff that are watching this, read things that you normally wouldn't. One of the things I'm incredibly hopeful when you have someone like Elon Musk and the conversations we had yesterday, and you could tell saying, how do I deliver the service and use technology to do it better, faster, cheaper, and dramatically more morality of not destroying the United States economy. Because if this economy, when we hiccup, the rest of the world gets a cold, God forbid, if we had a debt crisis, how much of the world goes into mass starvation and poverty? And we don't think about the morality of our place in the world. So let's actually do some things that are a little more difficult math-wise. The U.S. will spend $1.39 for every dollar of revenue. Fine. Trying to point out, in the budget year we're walking into now, do you see the little black line? Okay, that's the break even. So that's where our tax receipts. Do you notice a problem? Now, every dime of the gray, which is what I get to vote on, is borrowed money. But now it's actually going into things that are mandatory. The blue is interest, which you got to pay. So think of this, all here is mandatory. Last year and this coming year, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger into the future. Every dime of tax receipts is not enough to even cover the things that are on autopilot. And yet, I will get some of the folks around here that will go, well, you guys did tax reform in 2017. Do you remember what was happening? Do you remember how many U.S. businesses were abandoning the United States? Do you remember what growth rates were, what productivity investments were? So at some point here, I know we're going to have to deal with the falsehoods, particularly the left and the press walk through. It was tax cuts for rich people, except it's more progressive than the old tax system, meaning the wealthy now pay a higher percentage of U.S. income tax spending than they did before. So we threw this chart together just to try to point out, there's where we did tax reform. Do you notice the entire world, industrialized world, what is the country that actually had the investment in productivity and growth? Us. Right today, we actually have a pretty darn good economy. GDP now, I think yesterday was projecting we're sitting at about 3.2% GDP. That didn't just magically happen. We can also see some of the giveaway money that the Democrats did in the Inflation Reduction has had almost no true economic productivity impact. It turns out it was the allocations of the tax reform at the end of 2017. And the problem is those provisions that got us that productivity are expiring. Some of them have already substantially expired. How do you deal with the concept of we have no money, but we need to fix things in the tax code because we need the growth, but we need wage growth because we just finished an inflation cycle. In my community, the Phoenix, Scottsdale area, unless you make about 27% more today than you did the day Joe Biden took office, you are poor. Think of that. So you want to know why so many Americans are cranky? They're poor. So it's not enough to take credit for the economy being good. Great, but if your wages haven't kept up with inflation, you're poorer. And this is just a point, because there was a Democrat member earlier today buying one of these microphones. You know, giveaways to rich people. All righty. Look, I would love to be one of the top 1%. Yay. But they represent about 22% of all income, which is stunning. I believe we need dramatically more wealth income growth in, let's call it the lower quartiles. Great. You get that through productivity investment. But that 22% of income pays 40% of all U.S. income taxes. One more time, today's tax code is more progressive than before the Republicans' tax reform. How many times have you heard a Democrat come behind these microphones and tell the truth about that math? And if you actually take, I think this was, there was something on here saying if you actually did like the top 50% of income pay like 85 or something, let's see if I can find it on here as I'm just standing here staring. I think it's on one of my next charts. But we have a remarkably progressive tax system. But that's on income taxes. And often when you hear people talk about taxes, they conflate things. Here's your payroll tax, but you're getting back, that's actually to fund those retirement benefits. How do you think you get your Social Security? How do you think you get your Medicaid? How do you think you get your unemployment? But the portion of income tax is actually remarkably progressive. The top 1% share of income taxes has increased over time. So this is sort of, let's see if I can make this work. So last year, in let's call it 21, 45% of all income taxes were paid by that top 1%. Now look, we may have the reality of having to deal with all these tax brackets. But it's so hard to make public policy when you have people polluting the minds of the American public with things that are fake. Look, I think there was a senator from New York that used to say, you're welcome to your own opinion, but you're not welcome to your own facts. The facts are the facts are the facts. And if you're going to do hard things and hard math, can we at least agree? And this one came from Tax Foundation. You know, that's a nonpartisan group. So, look, so let's actually walk through ideas. Okay, so we're going to have to fix the expirations on the tax code. We have an incoming president that has ambitions of how do we help, particularly the working middle class. You have people like me who are terrified of the speed and the growth of debt for my own retirement, let alone my kids. Remember, my 2.5-year-old, the math says he will now be part of the first generation that will be poorer than his parents. The math says today, when he is 23 years old, 24 years old, U.S. taxes will have to, all U.S. taxes, from tariffs down to income taxes, everything will have to have doubled just to maintain baseline spending. It's demographics. We got old as a society. We're getting older as a society, and starting in 1990, the number of children we had started falling. It's math. So if I came to you right now and said, all right, let's think like economists. Let's do the morality that we believe growth is moral. It's also the American birthright. So one of the tax issues we need to work on is the two things that had some of the greatest impact in growing the U.S. economy was, one, expensing. You're the company, you're going to buy a new piece of equipment so you can make things better, faster, cheaper. And how do you pay people more money? Inflation, well, that doesn't get you anything. So productivity. You pay your workers more because they're more productive, and investments in plant and equipment mean you're more productive. We show in all sorts of charts that ability to buy that piece of equipment and expense it. And that's not a tax cut, it's a timing effect. You could depreciate it over 7 years or take it right now. If you do the long run, the Treasury still gets the same money. They actually get more by expensing because your investment cycle in becoming more productive is faster. Great. Well, there's a second half of that, and that was expensing for research and development. You're going to spend money trying to come up with the new pharmaceutical or the new piece of technology or a new, better, faster way to do something. It's expensive because often they fail. But that's how you stay ahead of the world and you keep the United States as an innovation leader. Well, we're doing some math right now saying what happens if you were to come back, reinstate that expensing for research and development, but now we're being told we don't really have enough people with the advanced STEM degrees to actually do some of that hard science. So what would happen if you said, we're going to do this as tax policy, but we need the other policy of, we need to go to a talent-based immigration system. As President Trump said, we're insane. We educate people, and then we send them home. It's the point. And so we did some math over this summer, and we're going to actually do a whole presentation on it. And this makes people mad, but it's math. And it's good math, and it's well documented. When you have inbound populations into the United States, I'm not going to categorize whether they came in as asylum seekers, or they crossed the border illegally, or they were on some sort of visa, whatever it is. But those with less than high school, they actually, our model, and the literature says, they cost maybe $360,000 to society because of the benefits we give. But over here, the green, this is what happens if you bring people in who have advanced degrees. Turns out society takes in well over $800,000 in tax receipts, over their time. So if I came to you and said, we need the vibrance of economic growth, we need to be innovators, we need this, and we need their money because I got to have a way to keep paying for the benefits we've promised. What happens as we start to do our tax reform? We also said, hey, we're going to do things that fix that depreciation of research and development so we can be an innovative leader, but we're also going to do a talent-based immigration and attach that to it so we actually have the talent so we maximize the growth. You go, oh, it's just sort of a unified theory. They work together. That's what I'm trying to pitch here. Please think. This place often is, I use the term binary. It's do this or do that. It's more complex. Sometimes it's 4 or 5 pieces of legislation that have to interact with each other. Then some regulations, then some other policies that all come together to maximize the benefit of the idea. To our brothers and sisters in the staff, start thinking like economists. The hole we have dug for this nation is remarkably massive. If you think there's simple solutions to the complexity of the debt problem we have, you're absolutely wrong. Turns out the solution is going to be complex. It is doable. Time is just running out. So let's do some ideas. Hey, Schweikert, you get behind the microphone. So I'm just going to race through some of these ideas. Some of them I've done before. But there's one I want to do backwards. So let's see, I skipped it last week. So let's see. Okay, the last 6 years, we've had 390,000 Americans die of fentanyl. 390,000 of our brothers and sisters died. Some were accidental. Some were addicts. I don't think society was ever prepared for a synthetic drug that almost instantly rewires the brain. So do this thought experiment with me. If I came to you and said, hey, there's going to be, we're going to call it a vaccine, it's technically not a vaccine, a vaccine for fentanyl that actually does a protein attachment, meaning so it can't break the brain-blood barrier. It lasts for 6 months to a year. Just that, we think we gain over $11 billion. And we haven't even worked in the cost estimates of what happens when you have 390,000 of your brothers and sisters dead over 6 years. Start to think like a revolutionary. Instead of dumping more money into rehab, why don't we do the rehab and say, hey, there's a chance here we can make it so the fentanyl addiction, or you're the law enforcement or the firefighter, you don't die from the exposure to it. And guess what? The idea is great economics. This is an example of thinking differently. What happens instead of spending the money maintaining people's misery? You could spend money to end the misery. We've done a number of different bills, from diabetes to other things, saying we need to help our brothers and sisters have affordable insulin. Wouldn't it be more moral if we could actually take on that 33% of U.S. healthcare spending, it's just diabetes, and dramatically reduce the number of our brothers and sisters that have the disease? That's moral. The other is just maintenance of misery. So let's just run through a couple other ones that we've been trying to model. The Medicare Transparency Fraud Prevention Act. Turns out there's a couple great articles out there, and if you dive into them, what's the most powerful thing you can do to deal with Medicare fraud? It's not a bunch of lawyers. It's not a bunch of investigators. It's a data scientist. Problem is, data scientists are really expensive right now, and CMS is having trouble working out their pay schedule to hire them. But the person that sits down and builds the model and says, okay, this doesn't make sense, go look at that. This doesn't make sense. We believe there's $60 billion annually. Not over 10 years, every single year. In Medicare fraud. And you can find it using data scientists. Well, remember how I was telling you before, we need to find, a few, $4 trillion or so to cover extension of the tax cuts? That's $400 billion a year. I just found just $60 billion doing the right thing. There are ideas here. The use of technology that, hey, here's my doctor's notes, here's my insurance contract. Do you have a bunch of billers fight with each other over months and months and months and months, trying to collect between the insurance company and the insurance company saying you didn't document things right? Well, there's this concept of clean claims where the AI says, here's the doctor's notes, it matches the contract, automatically pay it. We think that saves $31 billion every year. Well, heaven, I'm getting close to $100 billion just in those two things using technology. We've already dropped a piece of legislation, now this one's over 10 years, that just cleans up some of the fraud and sets some timelines on the employer retention tax credit. Well, that's almost $80 billion. These are just a handful of ideas that we've actually had scored. How do I get the brothers and sisters around here, the members who are elected, their staff, the press, the public? There are solutions where you don't have to keep piling on to debt, but it's a revolution using technology to make government better, faster, cheaper. There's hope. There really is hope. Why the hell is this place so terrified? of doing anything different. So many of the solutions you hear around here sound like it's the 1990s. We're all walking around with a supercomputer in the palm of our hands. Use that technology to make this another American century. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I am losing my voice, and I think I actually made the point. Thank you for tolerating my diatribe, and I also know you have an appointment you really need to get to. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Kilmer, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over most of the past decade, each time I boarded the plane to head to D.C., I would write a note to my kids, Sophie and Avon, to explain to them why I was leaving and what I'd be working on while I was gone. My kids were 3 and 6 when I started here, and when they were little, my letters were elementary. This week, I'll be working for more jobs in our region. My letters always ended with, "Be good, I love you." Later, as they became older, my notes to them became more complicated, covering all sorts of things, from Russia's invasion to Ukraine, to immigration reform, to the intricacies of the congressional appropriations process. But even as they became more complicated, a common thread in each of those letters was this. I tried to communicate to them that every day I was trying to work to make things better for their generation and for their country. Mr. Speaker, today, as I prepared to give these final remarks on the House floor, I sent my kids this note, and with your permission, I'd like to read it. I wrote, "Sophie and Avon, after 20 years total in public service and the last 12 years in Congress, I've had a lot of people ask me what I've learned. Honestly, I've learned a lot. I've learned that my left knee handles the aisle seat way better than the middle or the window. I've learned where the best cups of coffee, the best tacos, and the best burgers, and the best bathrooms are in Washington's 6th Congressional District. I've learned more lyrics to more songs driving around our district than anyone could imagine, and certainly more than my staff cared to hear me sing. But I've also learned some valuable lessons, and today, kids, I want to share with you some of the things I've learned. I've learned the importance of knowing your why. As you guys know, I grew up in the district that I represent in Port Angeles. When I was in high school, it was right around the time the timber industry took it on the chin, and a lot of my friends' parents lost their jobs, a lot of my neighbors lost their jobs, and it had a big impact on me. So I went off to college, and my senior thesis was focused on how to help timber towns in Washington state. When I went to grad school, my doctoral dissertation focused on challenges facing single industry communities, mining towns in the UK, timber towns in Washington, trying to figure out what do you do when the main industry that is the reason for a community's existence declines. While I was always interested in our democracy, I didn't know I was going to run for office. I was working in economic development, and honestly, I just got grumpy. I found myself saying, our ability to grow jobs in this region is sure impacted by what government does and doesn't do. And finally, some of my friends said, well, you seem like you have a lot of good ideas, and you sure complain a lot, pal. Why don't you go do something about it? And the next thing I knew, I was serving in the state legislature. Then, about 12 and a half years ago, my predecessor, Norm Dix, who has been and continues to be an extraordinary friend and mentor to me, called me and said, in an hour, I'm going to announce that I'm not running again, and you should figure out whether this is something you want to do. The chance to create more economic opportunity for more people in more places was the main reason I came here. That is my why. I came to Congress because I wanted to grow jobs and help the area where I grew up. It has been the honor of my life getting to represent my hometown and our entire region, whether it's been helping folks get access to broadband or securing funding for ports, fighting for our community hospitals, delivering funds to address flooding, securing investments to restore Puget Sound, or helping ensure the federal government lives up to its trust and treaty obligations. I've been honored to work for our region. And I'd like to hope that the work I've done has provided more opportunity for folks who deserve it. Part of that effort involved taking some of the findings of my doctoral dissertation and some smart ideas from some other folks and turning them into legislation called the Recompete Act, legislation to provide flexible, multi-year support to communities that are struggling. And I'm really proud that we got this bill included in the CHIPS and Science Act, and I'm proud that it's become the most popular program in the history of the Economic Development Administration, getting 565 applications from 49 states. And out of the 565 applications, there were 6 that got large-scale implementation grants, and one of the 6 was for the region where I grew up. How cool is that? So what are the takeaways? Well, first, apparently, I am really slow. I mean, it took me more than 20 years to do something with my doctoral dissertation. But most importantly, I never forgot my why. And Sophie and Avon, whatever you do in your life, I hope you find your why. I hope you are able to find something that gives you as much drive as helping my hometown gave me. Mr. Speaker, I also wrote my kids this. Sophie and Avon, I've also learned about the importance of being a steward. I want to encourage you to care about your country, your community, and the organizations that you are a part of. Tearing things down is easy. Building things up is hard. In a commencement speech delivered in 1968 at Cornell University, former Secretary John Gardner spoke about the importance of stewardship. He spoke of the importance of people being what he called loving critics of the institutions and communities in which they work. And he spoke of 2 concerns. Sometimes, he said, institutions and communities suffer from what he called uncritical lovers, folks who went about their business smothering their institutions with love without thinking about how to improve them. Functional organizations, successful communities want to get better. Gardner also said that institutions and communities suffered from unloving critics, people who treat an institution like the piñata at the party. I see that a lot in my job. The most popular thing a politician can do is bash Congress. And if it's done in a way that's focused on demolition rather than on improvement, that's a problem too. So, why do I mention this? Well, John Gardner sounded that alarm 56 years ago, and the alarm is ringing louder now. According to recent polling, faith in our institutions is at a historically low point. And I'm not just talking about Congress, which according to recent polling is less popular than head lice, colonoscopies, and the rock band Nickelback. But according to recent polling, a majority of Americans no longer view institutions of higher education as forces for good. Fewer and fewer Americans have faith in public schools. Less than 1 in 5 have faith in newspapers and the news media in general. Faith in business is at the lowest point it's been since Gallup began polling that question. Heck, even organized religion has taken a hit. You know you're in trouble when we are losing faith in faith. So what does it mean for us? It means all of us, all of us, need to be better stewards. Each of us needs to be a loving critic of our community, of the organizations and institutions about which we care. For me, it's meant trying to make Congress better. That's why I became chair of the Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress, which was nicknamed the Fix Congress Committee. We showed that Congress can do things better when folks check their partisan agendas at the door and just focus on working together. The Democrats and Republicans on that committee were loving critics of Congress. We did things differently, to sit not by party, not on a dais, but around a round table, sitting next to someone from a different party. We had one staff, not separate Republican and Democratic staffs. We broke bread together and planned the work of the committee together. And it helped. Our committee, in the midst of presidential elections, pandemics, insurrections, and other chaos, managed to pass 202 recommendations to make Congress function better for the American people. And at this point, over half of them have been implemented. Another quarter are on the way toward implementation. Now, someone can look at our record and say, well, hey, bang up job, pal. Clearly, Congress is fixed. Obviously, that's not the case, although I'm reminded of a conversation I had right there on the House floor with the House chaplain during the 15th or so round of votes for Speaker of the House. I saw her here on the House floor, and I said, "Pray harder." And she put her hand on my elbow, and she said, "Just imagine how bad things would be in this place if I wasn't praying so hard." So that's sort of how I look at the work of the Modernization Committee. I think that over time, you're going to see some positive change within this institution because of that work. I feel lucky that I got to work with some loving critics of the institution, William Timmons and Tom Graves. I want to thank them for being collaborators, partners, and friends. I also appreciate the efforts of Stephanie Bice and Joe Morelli, who want to see the efforts to improve Congress continue. And I want to thank Speaker Emerita Pelosi for her vision in creating the Modernization Committee and for her faith in me to serve as its chair. It has been such an honor to get to learn from her throughout my time in Congress. I also got to work with amazing committee staff, Yuri Beckelman, who has an infectious enthusiasm for making the institution better, Derek Harley, who over the last 4 years has spent more time than anyone I know working to improve Congress, Allie Neal and Jake Olson, who built the committee from the ground up, and Marion Currender, who brought more content knowledge on Congress than anybody. It takes special people to try new things, and I want to applaud all of the committee staff for the courage and commitment to that cause. We were also blessed to work with a cohort of nonprofits and think tanks and academics who have dedicated their time and energy to making government work better. And their work matters. To state the obvious, there's a lot more work to do there. We are better than our current politics. And I feel so lucky to have been partners with them, and I sure hope to continue to partner with them down the road. Sophie and Avon, I have tried to be a loving critic of this institution, and I hope you'll find a way to play that role in our democracy as well and steward the places and organizations that you care about. Mr. Speaker, I wrote my kids, I've learned that we are incredibly fortunate to live in one of the most special places on the planet. A lot of the work I've done has been focused on being stewards of those places, and I feel so grateful to have had amazing partners in that work. We are blessed to have the most extraordinary national park on Earth with places like the Hoh Rainforest and Hurricane Ridge, and we are fortunate to have folks who work for the Park Service as stewards of those treasures. We're fortunate to have the United States Navy in our community. Our community is stronger because of the patriots who serve this nation and call our community home. They bring their service ethic, their skills, their community pride, and their pride as Americans to our community. And we must be stewards for them and make investments in our naval shipyards to ensure that they can continue to keep our service members and our country safe. We're fortunate to be home to more military veterans than nearly any other place in our country. And again, we are stronger for that. If someone serves this country, we should have their back. And I'm grateful for the folks at the VA and all of the veteran service organizations who do that work. We are fortunate to have communities with local leaders, county and municipal elected officials and staff, port districts, public utility districts, chambers of commerce, economic development councils, and many others, too many to name, that have been my friends and my partners. But together we have navigated a pandemic, we've built affordable housing, supported local business, we worked to make our communities safer and more vibrant. We have worked to fix flooding in Grays Harbor and to fix traffic problems in Gorst. We have stood up a forest collaborative to try to manage our forests in a way that works better. Mr. Speaker, these partners are stewards. They are my friends, and I am grateful for them. I wrote, Sophie and Avon, we have also worked to recover Puget Sound. We are fortunate to have this natural treasure that has supported livelihoods and lives for generations, and we are fortunate to have a group of stewards that are fighting to help it. And paramount among those stewards are our tribal partners. We are fortunate to have 12 Native American tribes who call Washington's 6th Congressional District home. They are extraordinary stewards who think 7 generations into the future. And I've worked with our tribal partners on efforts to combat the climate crisis and to deal with its impacts as they try to move to higher ground, to strengthen tribal health care and housing options, and on so many initiatives. The tribal leaders in our region have been my friends and my partners. They have taught me so much. And personally, I feel fortunate to consider them my friends. Sophie and Avon, one of the lessons I've learned is that the boat moves best when everyone has their oars in the water, rowing in the same direction. You get farther with partners. And I'm so grateful to every constituent who has been a partner in the work of our office. Sophie and Avon, there are other things I've learned. I've learned that we've got work to do to protect this amazing democratic republic. And when I say we, I mean all of us. President Kennedy said, in a democracy, every citizen, regardless of his interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility, and in the final analysis, the kind of government we get depends upon how we fulfill those responsibilities. To me, that's a reminder that we are not observers in this democracy. We are participants in it. So how's that going? An NBC News poll found that 70% of Americans agreed with this statement: America is so divided, it is now incapable of solving big problems, and the problem is getting worse. There was a battleground poll last year that found that on a scale of 0 to 100, with 0 being no conflict and 100 being civil war, Americans put us at a 70. The median was a 70. That's the highest on record. That means, on average, Americans believe we are more than 2/3 of the way to civil war. I visited a YMCA in our district thinking they wanted to talk to me about gymnasiums struggling from the pandemic, and instead they wanted to talk to me about conflicts breaking out at the Y due to politics. But I don't think we just need to accept that. None of us should throw up our hands and say, well, I guess that's just life in 2024, and we just won't solve any big problems, and we'll just hate each other and worry about getting punched out on the elliptical at the gym. We need to figure out how to engage folks we disagree with. To that end, I introduced a bill called the Building Civic Bridges Act to support local efforts to bridge divides, to train AmeriCorps members in the skills related to bridge building, and to support colleges and universities that are doing work in this space. And I hope Congress will eventually pass it. We're even trying to do some of the bridge building in Congress. I'm a co-chair of a group called the Bipartisan Working Group, which is about a dozen Democrats and a dozen Republicans that meet regularly over breakfast to just try to find some common ground. And I don't want to mislead y'all into thinking that we're sitting around the table and holding hands and singing Kumbaya or closing our eyes and doing trust falls into each other's arms. We stopped doing that after we dropped a guy. But I do find myself thinking that the work we're doing in the Bipartisan Working Group, the challenging work of trying to solve problems together, is something we need to see more of, not just in Congress, but in our country too. I'm grateful to my colleagues who are part of that group, and particularly Scott Peters and my friends Andy Barr, Jack Bergman, and John Rutherford, who have been great partners from the Republican Conference. There are also civil society organizations, academics, and individuals trying to bring folks together to foster understanding and dialogue and collaboration across our diverse communities, to build bridges. And I'm really grateful to them, and I'm hopeful that their work will help us live up to our national motto, E pluribus unum, out of many one. In fact, just yesterday, former President Obama said, if you want to create lasting change, you have to find ways to practice addition rather than subtraction. Sophie and Avon, I hope you will do the hard work of trying to bridge divides. We all have choices about whether we exacerbate polarization or bring people together. We do better when we listen to people, when we choose to go into conversations understanding that we may be wrong and others may be right, when we respect people even when we disagree with them, when we show empathy, when we are trying to bridge those divides. Sophie and Avon, we're going to rely on your generation to help us heal. Sophie and Avon, I've learned the value of having an amazing team. You've been there when I've been asked by people, what are you proudest of during your time in Congress? And you've always heard me give the exact same response. I say, I am proudest of my team. And a lot of the success that I've shared with you wouldn't have been possible without the tremendous team I've had. From the beginning, I had an office led by Jonathan Smith in D.C. and by Meadow Johnson in the district, and they and the rest of the team got us off to a great start. They had vision and hustle that set the tone for us. Over time, Joe Dacca became my district director, and whether we were visiting the Naval Shipyard or rooting for the Huskies or listening to 80s tunes circumnavigating the Olympic Peninsula, Joe was an amazing partner. Rachel Kelly was a top-notch chief. While I chaired the New Dems and the Modernization Committee, she was a tremendous leader for our team, especially during the tumult of the pandemic. It was such a pleasure for me to watch the growth of Andrea Roper, who started as an intern on my campaign, became scheduler in my district office, and went on to become our district director and deputy chief of staff. She is a terrific professional, and I am proud of her. Heather Painter and our policy team have been tenacious about getting pucks into the net for our constituents. Heather is so talented, In fact, I won the lottery. I won the lottery with talented ledge directors. In addition to Heather, we had Katie Allen, who was a wizard on environmental issues and knew so much about salmon recovery and managing healthy forests. We had Aaron Wasserman, who laid the foundation for our work with the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. And my first LD, Kevin Warnke, who always engaged with a strategic mind and with kindness. I'm grateful for every person who worked on our policy team over the years. I've had such excellent team members who'd helped us communicate with our constituents, Stephen, Tim, Jason, Martha, and Ian, who led the way. We had amazing schedulers in DC and in the district who made sure we always made time for our constituents, including Jolie and Tori, who are here today. I'm grateful to each of them. Sherry Williams has dedicated her life to helping our constituents and has had a talented group of caseworkers, including our longtime team member, Chantel Munoz. They've done so much good for so many people. I could spend my entire time telling stories of the wins they've gotten for the people we represent. Sophie and Avon, I've had folks in the district, people you kids have met at events over the years, including currently Courtney, Haley, and Stephanie, and folks like Nicholas, Rob, Katie, Mary Jane, Judith, and others who served our constituents for a long time and who have made sure we were available, accessible, and accountable to our constituents. My current Chief of Staff, Andrew Wright, is everything Americans should want in their public servants. Ethical, kind, visionary, someone who hustles, someone who looks for wins for the American people. In every role he's been in on our team, he's been just awesome, and I am grateful for him. I can't name everyone, but every person who worked on our team is worthy of gratitude. Over the years, I've had absolutely outstanding folks who have worked in my district and DC offices, and I'm so grateful for that. And the fact that without exception, they have focused on doing the right thing for our constituents. And I also want to thank the Irwin family for sharing their daughter, Kate, with us. Though Kate passed away a few years ago, I think about her often and have told colleagues and staffers her wise words during one of our last times together. She said, "This isn't have to do stuff." She said, "This is get to do stuff." She was an amazing young woman who made a very big difference in far too short a time. And I want to thank each and every team member who served the people of Washington's 6th Congressional District during my time in office. Together, we made a real difference. Sophie and Avon, whatever you do in your life, I hope you have a team as good as I've had. People who work hard, who do the right thing, and who care. Sophie and Avon, it's good to have a crew. You've heard more about the New Democrat Coalition than most Americans, and certainly than most teenagers. I was honored to serve as leader in the New Dems throughout my tenure in Congress, including serving as chair. The New Dems are the best kept secret in politics, a group of pragmatic, problem-solving Democrats who chase impact more than headlines. Simply put, they're focused on getting things done for the American people. Our politics could use more of that. I want to thank Ron Kind and Jim Himes for being mentors to me in that coalition, as well as the New Dems staff, including former staff members like J.D. Grome and current leaders like Ann Sokolow and Leighton Hutch, among others. I also want to thank Helen Milby, who's been the fairy godmother of the New Dems and who has been an amazing friend to me. Beyond that, I want to assure you that you can even find friends in the most unusual places, even in Congress. When I got to Congress, I was told, if you want a friend in this place, get a dog. And I feel very lucky that my experience hasn't been like that at all. Sophie and Avon, I am proud that you can sing the Ami Bera song, and you know that he is a delight to travel with. That you speak of Scott Peters like he is a superhero, and in many ways he is. I am proud that you can do the Dan Kildee handshake, and that you know that he is an amazing roommate who has been with me on the toughest days here. I'm proud that you know what to do for Adam Schiff when you see the Dave Grohl autobiography, and that you watch The Big Lebowski to honor him and his courageous leadership. I'm proud that you are wowed by friends like Abigail and Mikey that are former CIA agents and helicopter pilots and who have such bright futures. That you know Jim Himes hosts a great dinner party, and that when I met him, I told you that I would at least have one friend in Congress. That you know that Lori Trahan can get me to laugh on even the roughest of days, and that you know Pete Aguilar and I get into trouble when we sit next to each other at events. And that this institution is stronger because Pete is one of its greatest leaders, with a bright disposition, a willingness to have tough conversations on both sides of the aisle, and a passion for service. Sophie and Avon, I'm sort of tickled that when I read this note to you on the House floor, it will formally enter into the congressional record the names Back Row Hecklers, Rusty Butterknives, and the Indespicables into the congressional record. But whatever we call them, they are people I have broken bread with, talked about the world's problems with, been through a whole lot personally with. And I want each of them to know how grateful I am for them, for their friendship. And though I'm moving on from Congress, I am confident I'm not moving on from my friendships with them. I appreciate my plane buddies, particularly Susan DelBene, Adam Smith, Dan Newhouse, and Marilyn Strickland, who in addition to being great leaders and partners, often made the time go faster on what really is a long flight. They have been amazing partners in standing up for our state. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my former roommate and former colleague, Denny Heck, who is a great lieutenant governor and a dear friend who often shared his warm almonds with me on the plane. I am thankful to the class of 2012 in Congress. What a dynamic group of people. Included among them are Hakeem Jeffries and Catherine Clark, both of whom are dear friends and stewards of this institution. And outside of Congress, I've had an amazing support system of friends and family. I am grateful, Sophie and Avon, to your uncles Ryan and Jason, and to your grandparents. They instilled in me an ethic of service and have supported me throughout. My mom and dad taught me the value of education, the importance of thinking before you spell, and they taught me one word: family. Tim and Ryan and Ray, who are the definition of friends, being there when I most needed a hand and spending a very long day with me. Turi Woodstein, who has been my longest friend and whose family has been important to me for decades. Andy Weinstein and John Goldman, my college roommates with whom I have shared music and laughter, ups and downs, and who have been there from the beginning. Sue and Chad for being rays of sunshine while working in a place that occasionally needs more sunshine. Lauren, with whom I enjoy thinking about leadership, asking all of the questions, and visiting Abe at the Lincoln Memorial. And I want to voice special gratitude to J.J. Balaban, who has been the most extraordinary advisor and friend a guy could ask for. I wouldn't have served in Congress had it not been for his advice and for his help. And because I get to put this into the congressional record, I want to say this: I love you, Jay. I've learned how lucky I am to have such good friends. Finally, Sophie and Avon, I've learned how lucky I am to be your dad. I'm grateful to you both. You were 3 and 6 when I was elected to this job, and you're now 15 and 18. Over the years, you've come with me to fairs and festivals, parades, and party events. You've met 2 presidents and even talked about SpongeBob SquarePants with President Obama in the Oval Office. I hope some of those experiences are amazing memories for you, just as they are for me. Having said that, as nourishing as this job has been in some respects, I know it has come with profound costs for our family. Every theatrical performance and musical recital I missed. Every family dinner I wasn't there for. The impact to our family. And I want to thank your mom for supporting me personally and professionally. I want to thank her for supporting our family during some tough times, particularly when I was in Washington, D.C. And though our marriage didn't last, my gratitude to her does. Sophie and Avon, I am conscious that I didn't always deliver in the way I wanted, and I hope you'll forgive me for that. And I hope you know that I was really trying my best to make the world better for you and for your generation. I want you to know how proud of you I am. You are informed, you are inquisitive, you can walk into a room of adults and make conversation about the events of the world. You have learned to use your voices in powerful ways. You can study politics or be involved in JROTC, and people see you as leaders. You become terrific citizens in a way that makes me proud. That would make your Oma proud. I remember sitting right over there in January of 2013 when I was sworn into this body. It even didn't last long, but Sophie sat by my side when I got sworn in. And when the ceremony was over, Sophie, you looked at me and you said, "Why was that supposed to be special?" I hope after 12 years of service in Congress, you see that this was special, that the capacity to work to try to solve problems for our region is indeed a special honor. And I hope, despite personal setbacks and frustrations with our politics, you come away with hope. As I wrap up 2 decades in public service, I am so grateful for the people of the 6th Congressional District for giving me the honor of representing them. And as I conclude this role on their behalf, I am hopeful. Rabbi Jonathan Sacks once wrote, "Optimism and hope are not the same. Optimism is the belief that things will get better, and hope is the belief that if we work hard enough, together we can make things better." He wrote, "It needs no courage to be an optimist, but it does take a great deal of courage to hope." Sophie and Avon, the task ahead for each of us, myself included, though soon from outside this building, is to be a part of that, to work together to make things better, to have hope. Sophie and Avon, have hope. Be good. I love you. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to my friend, the gentleman from Michigan, Dan Kildee.
First of all, thank you to my friend and colleague, Mr. Kilmer, and Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the House for the last time as a member of this historic symbol of our democracy. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve my hometown and the people of mid-Michigan in Congress, and I'm so grateful to my constituents for putting your trust and your faith in me to represent you for the last 12 years. Every day that I've been in public service, I've been focused on doing what I can to improve the lives of the people back home. And so I'm very proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish together to make Michigan a better place. I'm particularly proud of what we've done to revitalize our manufacturing base and to bring jobs back to this country. As I've said a few times in this chamber, I'm from Flint, my hometown. So I know firsthand about how unfair trade deals and the lack of an industrial policy has hurt working families in the communities that I represent. So in Congress, I got to work. As a member of the Ways and Means Committee, I helped to replace NAFTA with a better deal for our America's workers. And under a Democratic Congress, we passed new laws like the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to incentivize us to make things in America. Those manufacturing policies strengthen our manufacturing and our U.S. supply chains. And the real important aspect of that is that it's grown our local economy. These laws have worked. Already in mid-Michigan, we've seen major companies expand and invest, like SK Siltron in Bay City, Hemlock Semiconductor in Saginaw, Nanograph right in my home Genesee County. These companies are hiring hundreds of workers to produce American-made semiconductors, advanced manufacturing chips, electric battery materials to help ensure that America leads the way in manufacturing in the 21st century. To lower costs for families, again, I got to work, passing new laws to put more money in the pockets of hardworking Michiganders. We authored the electric vehicle tax credit. We expanded the child tax credit to lower costs. And in fact, I consider the refundable tax credit, the child tax credit, to be perhaps the best vote I've cast in my career in public office. We all come to Congress with our own priorities. Revitalizing mid-Michigan manufacturing was certainly one of mine. But the beauty of public service is that we're always learning something new from the people that we work for, from our constituents. And I'm very grateful to advocates in my district who first educated me on one of those issues, and that is the issue of PFAS contamination, chemical contamination. Today, most Americans now know the dangers of PFAS to the health and to their health and the environment. But back then, when we first got started in this, most members of Congress couldn't even spell PFAS, let alone know what it is. So I first heard from constituents like Kathy Wusterbarth and Tony Spagnola about the water quality issues in Oscoda. And we got to work urging faster cleanup of PFAS contamination surrounding the former Wurtsmith Air Force Base. And I helped establish with my friend Brian Fitzpatrick the first Congressional PFAS Task Force, which brought together Democrats and Republicans around this issue to more urgently address a real public health threat and to ensure that those exposed, and especially our service members, have access to the health care that they deserve. And finally, after years of advocacy, we have made progress. This year, the Biden administration announced the first ever drinking water standard for PFAS and designated certain PFAS chemicals as hazardous substance to ensure that the polluters not taxpayers, have to pay to clean up that contamination. There's a lot more work we have to do to deal with cleanup of PFAS chemicals, but I'm proud of what we've done, and I'm proud that we've done it by working together in a bipartisan fashion. And I look forward to watching what my colleagues will do to continue to address this really important public health issue. Of course, throughout my time in Congress, the issue of clean drinking water, which in the richest country on the planet, at the richest moment in its history, drinking water should be something that is a right, not a privilege. But that challenge has defined much of my work. One of my really proudest accomplishments here in Congress was working to provide real relief to Flint families during that terrible Flint water crisis, to replace those lead pipes, to expand the health care services, to establish the Flint Registry, which gives access to ongoing support for the long-term effect of that terrible crisis. What happened in my hometown wasn't an anomaly, it was a warning to the rest of the country that we've got to be serious about common sense regulations to protect public health. From the moment that that man-made crisis began, I knew we had to get to work. And throughout the crisis, I organized numerous delegations of members of Congress to come to my hometown of Flint. Democrats and Republicans responded. They came and met directly with the families affected by this terrible crisis. They learned about the decisions that led to the crisis in the first place, and they helped build support for federal action. I brought President Obama to Flint to hold a town hall with the families affected. And for over 2 years, I worked with the Obama administration to expand Medicaid, to expand Head Start, and healthy nutrition programs for families that really needed those supports because of the exposure to lead. And because of that work in 2016, despite the fact that then, like now, I was serving in the minority, I was able to secure $170 million in an aid package to help replace those terrible lead service lines, to create the Flint Registry, to expand health care services. And I will be forever grateful to Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, then our Democratic leader, who recognized that a Republican majority needed Democratic votes to pass a year-end budget bill, and she deputized me to go finish the deal. She sent me directly over to meet with Speaker Ryan, and we were able to include that single Democratic priority in that budget bill that provided the aid to the families of Flint. So, as I also prepare to leave Congress, I'm frequently asked, what will I miss the most? It's not hard to list the things I won't miss. It's also not tough to list those things I'll miss the most. And it's the friendships that I have made in this body. So I want to thank my colleagues. First and foremost, to Michigan's congressional delegation. It's been a real honor to be the dean of our Democratic delegation and to work alongside our two great senators, Senator Debbie Stabenow and Senator Gary Peters, and to previously have been able to work with one of my mentors, the late Senator Carl Levin. We came together to protect the Great Lakes, to support the hardworking men and women of the auto industry, and to clean up that terrible PFAS contamination that I mentioned. But specifically to Speaker Pelosi, a masterful legislator, a masterful tactician. Simply put, there's no one better in this business where I've learned more from. Thank you for never forgetting about the people of Flint and always fighting for America's children. To give a punch and to take a punch for those kids. She's done that her whole career. To Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, a true and honest friend, a classmate from our 2012 class. We often joke about how the term "my good friend" is tossed about in this body pretty loosely, but he is an honest and true friend and an incredible leader for our House Democratic Caucus, and I want to thank him for the trust that he placed in me to serve in the House Democratic leadership and to serve as the co-chair of the Democratic Steering and Policy Committee. Hakeem and I came to Congress together, along with an amazing group of people in 2012. They're all friends. We share a special bond. I'm especially grateful to three of members of my class, one of whom you just heard from, who came not just as friends, but became my roommates over the years. Jared Huffman from California. Of course, Derek Kilmer, my buddy from Washington State, and Ami Bera, also from California, who have not only been roommates, but in that role have helped me get through some of the good times, but also were there as a listening ear to help me get through some of the tough, really tough personal challenges that I faced during my time here in Congress. These are friendships that will last forever. There are other groups, the baseball team, the guys in the corner, and Congressman Kilmer mentioned them, the Indespickables. We'll explain that off the record. But two of them are right here, Derek Kilmer, of course, and Adam Schiff, a group that we've been able to bond over and strategize with and sometimes just listen to one another. Those friendships will go on. And even though Adam's moving over to the Senate, I suspect he will still remember our names. Thank you. To my chairman, Richie Neal, the chairman of the oldest and what I think to be the most powerful committee in Congress, the Ways and Means Committee. Serving on that committee, especially under the leadership of Richie Neal, has been some of the most meaningful work of my career to pass fair trade deals, to cut the cost of insulin, to protect Social Security and Medicare, and to cut taxes for working families, and especially expanding that child tax credit. It's been one of the greatest honors of my lifetime, of course, to work with the people here, but one of them was a special friend, a person that I was very fortunate to get to know, first as a person I admired from a distance, but then became a colleague and a true friend. And I'm talking, of course, about the late John Lewis. And I remember, Derek, when we first got here, how many times we would say to one another, as rough as it was, aren't we lucky we get to go to work every day with John Lewis. I remember sitting on the floor here, literally sitting on the floor here when John led an effort to call attention to gun violence. It's the kind of good trouble that John was known for, and I was happy to participate in that moment, never fully understanding until recently what devastating impact the pain of gun violence can have on families across the country. I'm now one of those families. I didn't know it then. I got to call John Lewis for the last few months of his life every single time that we had a vote on the floor of the House, because he designated me to cast his vote for him during the COVID proxy rules. He was too ill to be here. He gave me this incredible gift to vote for myself in the 5th District of Michigan then, and then to come to that podium and announce to this Congress that I was about to cast the vote on behalf of the gentleman from the 5th District of Georgia, John Lewis, the person most known for the precious right to vote, gave me a gift I'll carry with me for the rest of my life, and that was the opportunity to carry his vote to the floor of this House. I want to thank my extended family, really, my staff, to the dozens of team members, the past and present members of my crew. Thanks for your hard work, for your dedication. I have really had the most talented and selfless team, dedicated DC and district staff I could ever have hoped for. They've poured themselves into this work, their hearts and their souls into this work. I've often told my staff that while I carry that voting card and I wear this pin on my lapel, that they serve in Congress, and they have done that extraordinarily well. I want to especially thank my longtime Chief of Staff, Mitchell Rivard, who's been with me since not just I got here in my campaign, but who came to work for me even when I launched my campaign in 2011. He's been with me ever since. on the good days and on the not so good days, like being sworn in for the first time, but then he and I were both here in the Capitol on that terrible day, January 6th. He's become like family. He's done an outstanding job leading my team, and I'm excited about the great things that every one of my team will accomplish as they move forward. Mitchell and my district director, Jacob Bennett, were with me from the day I came to Congress until the day we packed up the office to go home, and the country is really fortunate that they'll both continue to serve in this institution. And I have a couple of other my team members who are with me on and off for the most of my time here, Jordan Dickinson and Gada El-Keek, who both I've known since they were probably too young to vote and have been an important part of this experience for me. I've said many times that while I've been elected to lots of different public roles, I've never felt like I've changed jobs. I just got different business cards and a different toolbox to do my work, because my job responsibilities have been the same: serving, working for, and representing those people that I work for. I was elected to office, to public office, first when I was 18 years old, and now 5 decades later, it's hard to believe, 5 decades later, I continue to love public service and believe that this important work is that important and honorable service. But for me, it is time to go home. And as I reflect on my time in Congress, I'm thinking about the future. I'm excited to see that Mid-Michigan has elected to represent it, a soon-to-be new member of Congress, Kristen McDonald-Rivet. I know Kristen, she'll be a great common-sense, pragmatic leader for our area, and I'm especially proud that I helped to elect the first woman ever to represent this district in Congress. While I'm stepping back from public office at the end of my term, I'm most definitely not retiring. I'm looking forward to a new chapter, continuing to serve Flint and that region, but just outside of elective office. I have a lot of friends to thank for helping me to get here, and it's impossible for me to list all of them, but I do want to mention one of them. Larry Rosenthal would have turned 62 today. He's been my friend for almost 40 years, my closest political advisor, my confidant. We lost Larry over the summer. I wouldn't have been a member of Congress without him. I wouldn't have been as successful as a member of Congress without him being at my side, and he was there every step of the way. He really was family. To my family, especially my wife, Jennifer, I say thank you. She has stood by me and given up the most through my public service here. And I know, at least I think, she'll be glad that I'll be home full time. She has put up with a lot. So thank you, Jennifer. And she's done so having to deal with her own health struggles. She's my hero. I'm grateful to my kids, to my son Ryan, my daughter-in-law Ginger, and their children, the 2 most perfect grandchildren ever to occupy the earth, Caitlin and Colin. To my son Kenneth, who lives in New York, my daughter Katie. They have put up with my schedule. They have given me the reason and the inspiration to continue to fight on. They've supported and defended me even when the unfair critics chose to take their grievances to them instead of directly to me. To my mom, Margaret, my greatest defender, and my late father, Jack, thanks for all you did to make this journey possible. I was happy to look into this gallery 12 years ago and to see you as I took this oath of office. I miss my dad every day, but I know when I watch them up there how proud he was, and thinking of that day still makes me smile. To my siblings, most especially my late brother Tim, who we tragically lost this past March, they and their families were always a part of this experience, so much that one of my former staff, Gada El-Keek, once coined the term the BIC for my family, the built-in crowd. My family has endured a lot. I wouldn't be who I am, and we couldn't endure the recent pain our family has experienced without one another. Of course, I want to mention my late uncle, Dale Kildee, my predecessor in Congress, a mentor and a teacher to me since childhood, and a man who set an example that I have tried to live up to, that you can fight hard for the things you believe in and still respect the human dignity of everybody around you, even those with whom you disagree. So thank you, Dale, for that lesson. Congress needs to heed your example now more than ever, and that lesson has been tested even on me. I still remember the chair I sat in and the wall I hid myself behind on January 6th, knowing that some of the people that I share this chamber with contributed to the necessary precondition for that attack. I have not been able to look at them the same, but I've tried to take the lessons that my uncle provided me and to continue to treat those people with dignity. It's been a challenge, but it's one that I believe I have been able to overcome, and I encourage future Congresses to continue to look at Dale Kildee as an example. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end where I started, expressing my deepest and most sincere gratitude to the people of my home communities and to the people of Mid-Michigan. It's been an honor of a lifetime to be your voice. I did my best. I will see you back home. And now, Mr. Speaker, for the very final time, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman will be missed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to report that the newly formed Department of Government Efficiency has homed in on perhaps the single greatest example of government waste in United States history, and that is California's high-speed rail boondoggle. Here are the facts that the DOJ X handle cited, all of which are true. The high-speed rail project was originally projected in 2008 to cost $33 billion. It is now projected to cost up to $127.9 billion. Its estimated completion date was 2020. Of course, we are past 2020 now. As of 2024, 0 passengers have been transported. Indeed, the majority of the system has not even been fully designed. And yet, it has received $6.8 billion in federal funds, and they're requesting an additional $8 billion in federal funds. In short, the cost has quadrupled, and nothing has been built. Or actually, I'm being a little bit unfair. There was an announcement earlier this year in May where the High-Speed Rail Authority, which really has to strain to come up with milestones to advertise to the public, there was a lot of hoopla surrounding the unveiling of an $11 billion bridge to nowhere that took 9 years to build, which is about the only thing that the High-Speed Rail Authority has to show for its efforts over the last 16 years. A few years ago, the New York Times did an expose, the New York Times, reporting that at the current pace, the high-speed rail project will not be completed this century. I actually asked Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg about this, whether he agreed with the New York Times assessment, and he said, oh yeah, it'll be completed this century, although I gave him several opportunities to give his own best estimation of when it will be completed, and he declined to do so. To give you a sense of how bad things are, in the early days of the project, the lead operator abandoned the project to go and build a rail system in North Africa because they said that there it was, quote, less politically dysfunctional than California. That operator, by the way, brought a high-speed train online in Morocco in 2018. So high-speed trains are not impossible to build. Californians, Americans travel abroad and they ride them. And they say, why can't we have them here? It's just impossible in California because of stratospheric levels of political incompetence. Indeed, the head of the California High-Speed Rail Authority testified last year that the project is $100 billion short in funding, in spite of all of the billions that have been poured in by California taxpayers and through federal support, still a $100 billion funding gap. Actually, this was the former head of the Rail Authority because they've since gotten a new one, and they're now up to 5 CEOs throughout the life of the project. So the number of CEOs outnumber the number of passengers 5-0. And what are some of the things that some of these past leaders of the high-speed rail project have had to say about it? Well, you can ask Michael Tenenbaum, who was the first chairman of the High-Speed Rail Authority, who said, quote, "I realized the system didn't work. I don't know how they can build it now." Or there is Dan Richard, the longest-serving chairman of the California High-Speed Rail Authority, who said, "I don't think it is an existing project. It is a loser." Or Rich Tomac, the head of the California Rail Foundation, who said it will never be operable. Jerry Brown, former governor of California, and perhaps the biggest supporter of the project, has derided the train, opponents of the train, as small-minded people. But this is an incredibly small-minded project. In fact, it's a non-existent project at this point in time. But even if built, even if the high-speed train, quote-unquote high-speed, magically materializes by the end of the decade, it will still be yesterday's technology. China right now is working on a train that they are planning to complete by the end of the decade that will go up to 1,000 kilometers per hour. So at this point, it is past time to stop throwing good money after bad. We should end all federal support for the high-speed rail project, because that federal support is keeping the project on life support and is then forcing California taxpayers to continue to pay billions and billions of dollars more. Meanwhile, our roads are among the very worst in the country, despite us paying the highest taxes in the country. That is the very definition, by the way, of inefficiency, when you pay the most and you get the least in return. So high-speed rail, in short, is a staggering waste of taxpayer dollars that fails to meet the transportation needs of either today or tomorrow. And I look forward to working with the new DOJ Commission and my colleagues here in the House to see that we bring this boondoggle to an end once and for all. Mr. Speaker, this last week, California Governor Gavin Newsom called a special emergency session of the legislature for the purpose of, quote, Trump-proofing California, or protecting California values. Now, it's a question of whether this session is even, there's a question of whether this session is even legal, given that the state constitution allows for a special session to be called under extraordinary circumstances, and you might wonder whether the result of a duly conducted presidential election could truly constitute an extraordinary circumstance. More than that, it is clearly a farce, as despite the governor's claims that this is an emergency situation, it was such an emergency that they gavelled in for about an hour and then went home for a month without passing any legislation. But we should just examine the governor's claim that we need to protect California values, protect the status quo in California against any forces of reform that may be coming from Washington, D.C. What exactly is the governor aiming to protect? Is it California's national lead when it comes to homelessness? The fact that we have half the unsheltered homeless in the entire country? Is that what Governor Newsom is aiming to protect? Is it our highest in the nation poverty rate? Is he looking to protect our lead when it comes to poverty? Or is it when it comes to retail crime? Does he want to maintain the #1 record for the worst retail crime in the country? Or the #1 spot when it comes to anti-business regulations? Or when it comes to frivolous lawsuits? Or when it comes to unemployment? Actually, we're now only second worst in the country when it comes to unemployment, so perhaps his protective measures are aiming to get us back in the lead. Is he looking to protect our standing as the worst state in the country when it comes to an increase in wages? Wages have stagnated in California more than any state in the country. Or when it comes to restrictions on workers and the right to earn a living? Is he looking to make sure that California maintains its lead in gas prices, well above the price of gas in any of the other 49 states? Well, we know he's looking to do that because his own CARB board just passed regulations that are going to raise gas prices about 60 cents a gallon more. Is he looking to protect our standing as number 2 in the country in housing costs, number 2 in the country in water bills, number 3 in the country in energy and electricity costs, number 3 in the country in inequality, number 1 in the country when it comes to income taxes? Certainly wants to protect California's lead in that respect. Does he want to protect our number 1 in the country budget deficit that was reported last year? Or our standing 3rd in the country in road disrepair? Or maybe it's the fact that California has the highest illiteracy rate in the entire country. Perhaps that's what the value that Governor Newsom is aiming to protect. Or relatedly, the fact that we are 2nd out of the 50 states when it comes to educational inequity. If we were still in the COVID days, he'd certainly be looking to protect our national lead when it came to school shutdowns, business shutdowns, and COVID mandates. We know that he's looking to protect our national lead when it comes to illegal border crossings. For the first time in the 90s, over the last year, the highest level of illegal border crossings have been in the San Diego border sector because he's stood by California's standing as a sanctuary state. When it comes to funding for illegal immigrants, surely he's looking to protect our lead there, as California is the only state in the country that's offering free Medicaid to those who are here unlawfully. And most certainly, we know the governor is looking to extend California's four-peat in leading the nation in one-way U-Haul rentals, and is looking through his protective special session, I'm sure, to make that a five-peat. No, Mr. Speaker, California values, as Governor Newsom envisions them, do not need protecting. And I would argue they are not actually the values of Californians. What we're seeing happening in our state is that Californians themselves are looking to Newsom-proof California. That's been happening in my district for quite some time, where we have developed a different model, where we support law enforcement, where we support small businesses, where we believe in respecting the personal decisions of folks in our community. And as a result, we're one of the few areas of the state that people are actually moving to. And by all of these metrics that I just mentioned, we're doing much better than the state as a whole. But we're seeing these Newsom-proofing measures taking hold, not just in my district, but across California. And for evidence for this, look at the overwhelming passage of Prop 36 on the ballot this November. This was a measure to make crime illegal again in California. It largely rolled back the notorious Proposition 47. Gavin Newsom, and I might add the leaders of the supermajority in the legislature, fought it every step of the way. He concocted several schemes to undemocratically remove it from the ballot, even after it qualified through a citizen petition process. And then he led the No on Prop 36 campaign, and yet at the end of the day, it passed in an overwhelming victory, nearly 70% of the vote, an overwhelming majority, Democrats, Republicans, and independents. It passed in all 58 counties, wasn't close anywhere, even passed in Newsom's hometown of San Francisco. So, Mr. Speaker, California is now on a path back to sanity. And I have great hope for the future of our state. And frankly, I think that the governor's attempts to get himself in the headlines and whatever theatrics may be coming are not going to stand in our way of getting our state moving in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize retiring Placer County Water Agency board member Michael R. Lee for his more than 40 years of dedicated public service. Mr. Lee began his career in government in 1972 at just 27 years of age. He served as a Placer County board supervisor for 16 years before moving into his role as director of the Placer County Water Agency, where he served for 27 years. Not only did Mr. Lee work as a government official, but he also owned and operated his own businesses, including the Villa Market and the Loomis Travel Agency. He demonstrated his unwavering commitment to the community by serving in a variety of local, regional, and national organizations, boards, and commissions, including the Loomis Chamber of Commerce, South Placer Heritage Foundation, Sierra Planning Council, and the National Association of Counties, to name a few. Throughout his career, he played a pivotal role in improving transportation, law enforcement, fire protection, water resources, and community welfare programs in the region. Mr. Lee achieved a wide diversity of accomplishments to improve the quality of life and experiences for the residents, businesses, and visitors of Placer County. One particularly noteworthy accomplishment was his leadership in the development of the 12 Bridges project and expansion of the corresponding PCWA canal system for this new community. His efforts with this project significantly contributed to the vibrancy and transformation of the city of Lincoln. It is because of the devoted efforts of people like Mike Lee that Placer County is such a great place to live, work, and to raise a family. As a pillar in our communities, he is known by others as one who exhibits diligence, honor, integrity, thoughtfulness, and wisdom in his work, and an unwavering commitment to the people of Placer County. I am confident that Mr. Lee's exceptional contributions to the community, local business, and local government, and the legacy he built within those spheres will continue to benefit the county for many years to come. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Mr. Michael Lee for his 4 decades of dedicated leadership, and I join the Placer community in wishing him the very best in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, I wish to mark and celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Boy Scout Troop 11, located in Roseville, California. Troop 11 was first chartered in 1924 by American Legion Post 169, and it is the oldest continuing Boy Scout troop in Roseville. It is a scout-run, leader-mentored, and parent-supported troop that focuses on personal growth, leadership development, and community outreach. One core tenet of Troop 11 is the good turn concept, which helps scouts grow as they participate in community service projects and provide acts of good and kindness towards others. Troop 11 is involved in a variety of local projects, including giving aid during times of emergency, hosting community events such as pancake breakfasts and crab and spaghetti feeds, as well as retiring 1 U.S. flags, to name a few. Groups like Boy Scout Troop 11 play an integral role in developing self-reliance and community building, preparing the youth who participate to become the leaders of tomorrow. Their commitment to excellence of character and tenacity to build a better world is inspiring to all those around them. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Roseville Boy Scout Troop 11 for reaching this significant milestone, their centennial celebration. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize the retiring Folsom City Manager, Elaine Anderson, for her years of dedication to serving the Folsom community. Elaine's career in public service to the people of Folsom, the Sacramento area, and the state of California spans over 3 decades, while serving as Folsom City Manager for the last 6 years. Prior to her service to the city of Folsom, Elaine Anderson enjoyed an eminent career in numerous roles working for the city of Sacramento and the state of California, as well as in public affairs specializing in legislative projects for the private sector. She began her nearly 20 years of service in the city of Folsom as a special projects manager, and would go on to dutifully serve in a wide array of roles as acting director for various departments, deputy city manager, and assistant city manager, all of which contributed to the prosperity of the Folsom community. Elaine's commitment to public service was fostered in her studies as she received her Bachelor of Arts degree in political science from the University of California, Berkeley. Elaine's experience and knowledge, combined with her love for the city of Folsom, enabled her to excel in her tenure as Folsom City Manager. She demonstrated exceptional leadership, managing a staff of over 400 workers across multiple departments and an annual budget exceeding $250 million. She successfully helped facilitate the development and construction of Fire Station 34, improving the public safety of the region, as well as the beautiful Prospector Park to promote public recreation and well-being. Elaine's ability to collaborate with multiple facets of the community, including local businesses, city council, and the hundreds of staff she leads, ensured that Folsom remains a great place to live, raise a family, and conduct business. Elaine has also been successful in securing Folsom City Council's adoption of the first strategic plan in many years. This plan established guidelines for the city to ensure a continued commitment to financial stability and sustainability, public safety and infrastructure, economic and community development, and organizational effectiveness to best prepare for the future while seizing current opportunities. Elaine Anderson has truly embodied what it means to be a public servant. I am certain her life's work of service to her community will leave a long-standing legacy, as her impact will benefit the region for years to come. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, It is an honor and a privilege to acknowledge Folsom City Manager Elaine Anderson for her career of exemplary leadership and public service. I join the Folsom community in wishing her the very best in her retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, and I'm always proud to have this preeminent privilege of standing here and addressing those who are within the chamber, as well as people who may be without. And I rise today still a liberated, unbought, unbossed, unafraid Democrat. I rise today to deliver a special message as it relates to slavery and the Holocaust. But before I get to the message, a bit of housekeeping. I have had persons to tell me that it appears that I'm looking down and that my eyes are closed when I'm speaking. I have no control over the camera angle. I'm looking straight ahead now, and I'll be looking straight ahead most of the time. So if there is some adjustment that the persons who operate the camera can make, I would greatly appreciate it. And thank you very much. I'm very proud of some things that have happened. Just this week on Wednesday, this House passed S-91. That would be a Senate bill. And I'm proud to know that the House passed this bill because this bill was a special piece of legislation. This bill, Senate Bill 91, passed by voice vote at about 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday. And this bill, S-91, was to award a Congressional Gold Medal collectively to 60 diplomats in recognition of their bravery and heroism during the Holocaust. I'm proud that this piece of legislation passed the House. Many reasons to be proud. People who were there to rescue persons and assist persons during the Holocaust, the victims. They ought to be recognized. The Holocaust occurred. It was one of the worst crimes ever committed against humanity. And I'm proud to also tell you that I supported the legislation. I have my signature on that legislation, and that means something to me because I want people to know that when it comes to stepping up and standing out and standing for the people who have suffered in this country and around the globe, I'd like to let people know that I'm among those who are always going to be there as best as I can. I can't take on every challenge, but I want to take on as many as I can, and this is one that I'm proud to say that I am a co-sponsor of. In fact, I became a co-sponsor on March 17th of 2023. The legislation itself was filed on January the 26th of 2023. So some few months later, I became a co-sponsor of this legislation. This legislation, when it was filed, had 13 original persons on it, an original sponsor and then original co-sponsors. And it proceeded through the House, and it was in the House as H.R. 537, H.R. 5337. And on June the 11th, 205 members were on this legislation. I was one of them, proud to say it again. And as one of them, on June 11th, this piece of legislation was passed in the House. It passed the House and then went to the Senate, with 295 members having signed on to it. There in the Senate, it passed on December the 4th, passed the Senate by a vote. Excuse me, that's the House. S91 passed the House on December 4th, again by voice vote, and I was a member of the persons that signed on to it. I was one of the persons signed on. Now, I mentioned this bill, and I'm proud to be associated with it, but I'm also proud to be associated with another piece of legislation, H.R. 1244. This piece of legislation would posthumously award a historic Congressional Gold Medal collectively to Africans and their descendants enslaved within our country from August 20th of 1619 to December 6th of 1865. I'm proud to be the original sponsor of this legislation. This legislation has 125 members on it, just as the legislation to recognize the heroes of the Holocaust had 290 plus members. This legislation has to have 290 members or more for it to pass the House. We have 125. This legislation was filed on February the 28th of 2023, about a month after the legislation was filed to honor the heroes associated with the Holocaust. Proud to be on both pieces of legislation. The legislation that we have filed to honor the persons who were enslaved, whose lives were sacrificed, has been in the House now for about the same length of time as the legislation to honor the heroes of the Holocaust. So let's just take a moment and read some of what this legislation that would honor those persons who were enslaved posthumously with the Congressional Gold Medal. I might add that the heroes of the Holocaust received this posthumous honor as we are trying to acquire the same for the persons who were enslaved. Here's how it reads. This is the dear colleague that we sent out to our colleagues here in Congress. Support the historic Congressional Gold Medal for America's economic foundational mothers and children, the enslaved. It reads, on July 18, 1956, Congress, the House, and Senate awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers. And I might also add to soldiers who associated themselves with the Union. However, to this day, Congress has never awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to the over 10 million enslaved men, women, and children who toiled for over 240 years to build the economic and infrastructural foundation of the wealthiest nation ever to exist on our planet. These foundational mothers and fathers of our country labored arduously, constructing our cities, roads, bridges, and wells. They laboriously planted as well as harvested the food that fed our nation. They were the de facto producers of the cash crops that fueled our nation's foundational wealth. These enslaved human beings of African ancestry toiled as slaves without remuneration or recompense. Their humble hands were relied upon for the construction of some of our nation's most renowned edifices and monuments, including the White House, the Capitol Building, and the Washington Monument. In truth, their sacrificed lives provided the genesis of our nation's economic preeminence. These sacrificed human beings, men, women, and children, were the greatest contributors to the American foundational economy. Why would I say they were the greatest contributors? Because for more than 240 years, been estimated to be about 246, but for more than 240 years, they sacrificed their lives. Their lives were sacrificed. They didn't do it willingly. They were forced into slavery. They were enslaved, and it was intended that this would go on ad infinitum. It was never intended at the genesis of slavery that it would be for just a few months or a few years, maybe a few decades, 1 century. No, it was to be forever. Their lives were sacrificed to make America great. So if you're in this country today, regardless as to why you're here or how you arrived, know that you are standing on the sacrificed lives of more than 10 million people who were enslaved. And their enslavement is what has made this country what you see and what you experience today. Let me continue. Their contributions are almost universally forgotten, underrecognized, ignored, overlooked, and undervalued. For these and countless other justifications, this is what I said to my colleagues in the letter that I sent to them, asking for their support. For these and countless other justifications, I am beseeching Congress as a matter of conscience to award a Congressional Gold Medal collectively to the human beings who are the foundational fathers, mothers, and children that toiled as slaves without recompense or recognition for their unparalleled contribution to the infrastructural and economic development of the nation we enjoy today. We've awarded similar Congressional Gold Medals to others. My prayer is that we can do it for them. But we haven't. But that doesn't mean that what we did on Wednesday should not have occurred. I supported it. I believe that people of goodwill should have the courage to support the victims of the Holocaust and the heroes of the Holocaust. And just as I believe it strongly, I believe equally as strongly that people of goodwill, same people that signed on to the legislation so that we could have the vote on Wednesday, I believe people of goodwill, such as these people, can sign on to a bill to accord a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved persons, the economic foundational mothers and fathers of the country whose lives were sacrificed for more than 240 years to make America great. Yes, I thank all who have signed on. I have to be candid. I regret that we didn't get 290 signatures so that we could pass this legislation in this Congress. I regret it. It's a painful thing to say. We didn't get those 290 signatures. We made the appeals. And it's a painful thing to say we didn't get 290 people to honor them, just as we honor the victims of the Holocaust, just as we honor the persons who were heroes of the Holocaust. Some 60 of them have been honored as of Wednesday. I believe that we can do a similar thing for the persons of African ancestry who suffered here in this country. And I want you to know that notwithstanding the fact that it didn't pass, hasn't passed in this Congress, I don't think it will. I'd love to think that we could push it through now. I don't think we will. But I plan to file it in the next Congress. If it's God's will, I plan to do it and ask my colleagues to sign on to it again. And maybe we'll get the 290. But it is a painful thing to know that we could not get the 290 in this Congress, which means we have to start all over again with the bill to honor the persons who are the economic foundational mothers and fathers of the country. We have to start again in a new Congress next year, a new House, a new Senate, a new president, push forward. And I just hope and pray that the 290 persons plus who signed on to the legislation to accord the Congressional Gold Medal to the heroes of the Holocaust posthumously, I just hope and pray that they will sign on to this legislation to honor persons who were the foundational mothers and fathers. They never received any recompense, never received any remuneration, never received the kind of thank you for your sacrifice. The country has not been fair to them. The Congress has not been fair to them. But I still have hope, and I will still come back and present the bill again. And as long as I'm breathing and I'm in this Congress, I will be pushing for this legislation to pass. And I just want to know that people treat all crimes against humanity similarly. Maybe not exactly the same, but similarly. I just hope that we will treat this crime against humanity the same way we have treated the crime against humanity that we respect as the Holocaust. Two crimes against humanity. One has been treated fairly in terms of what we are doing here in the House. The other has not. But I believe in second chances and third chances. So I close with these words, Mr. Speaker. I think it's difficult for people in this country to embrace what happened to the enslaved because it happened here. It is easy to look through the window of life, and take a principled, conscious, laudable position. It is difficult to look into the mirror of life and be equally as principled and conscious and laudable. It is difficult because when you look through the mirror of life, you're looking at someone else and what they've done. And you can see the horrors and you can speak with fervor about those horrors. But when you look into the mirror of life, you're looking at yourself. And I believe that it is difficult for a good many people in this country and in this House, the House of Representatives, and in the Senate, to look into the mirror of life and speak truth to yourselves about what happened and what we ought to do to show respect for some 246 years of suffering and sacrifice that made America great. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Well, obviously, we're about to begin a new session. And one more time, I'd like to review what I think are some of the major mistakes that this body has committed over the last 50 or 60 years that we should be revisiting now that it is apparent the American public wants some change. It is a goal of this body, and really even a constitutional mandate, that we treat everybody equally, and that we don't prefer one group of people, ethnic group of people, over another group of people, people with one lifestyle over another lifestyle. Nevertheless, one more time, I think I have to bring up that it is very apparent that we are treating people differently, and that's particularly with regard to people who elect to raise children in marriage, and people who, for whatever reason, sometimes their fault, sometimes not their fault, elect to raise children out of marriage. If you look at almost every single government program, they are conditioned or based upon percent of poverty. And if you are below a certain income level, you are eligible for that program. And if you are above a certain level, you are not eligible for benefits under that plan. Since in a household with a man and woman both there, both parents of a child, it is overwhelmingly likely that one of them is working full-time, maybe making $40,000 or $50,000 or $60,000 or more, that couple will almost never be considered to be in poverty. If you have another situation in which the mother and father are in different households, if one of these people is not working or working minimally, making maybe $15,000, $16,000 a year or less, and the other person is working full-time, that is considered to be not in poverty. As the result, financially, there is an incentive to make a household in which the mother and father are not both there the norm. Now, many of the programs, I think almost all the programs that began with the so-called war on poverty in the 1960s gave grants or money to people who were not both a man and woman in the household. Some of these programs at the time was known as food stamps. Some was health care, what's known as Medicaid, or different states have different words for it. In Wisconsin, we call it Badger Care. We have low-income housing, which is, again, available only to people with low income. And as a matter of fact, in a lot of these low-income housing projects, one of the goals they have, or they hire managers to make sure that there is not a man in the household or a father in the household, because then you shouldn't be able to take advantage of the program. There used to be cash grants called AFDC, which were eliminated during the Gingrich/Clinton years, and they again gave cash basically to situations in which you do not have a mother and father at home. It's since been replaced by TANF grants. If someone does decide to work 14 or 15 or even 20 hours a week, there are grants for daycare that are not eligible for situations in which you have both parents at home. If you want to go to college, there are grants called Pell Grants available, but not available to people in which you have both the mother and father at home. This should concern us all, and it's not difficult to come up with hypotheticals. Another program which kind of discourages full-time work is called the Earned Income Tax Credit Program, where a family can wind up with $5,000 or $6,000 that you won't get if you're making, say, more than $40,000 a year or are married to somebody with a normal income. We have to revisit this problem. These programs have changed America such that in 1965, before these programs kicked in, only about 5% of children born in America were born to a family without a mother and father at home. That number is now over 40%. Other programs have become more popular. Something I think we ought to remember, it's not the cost that bothers me as much, it's what it's doing to America. At the turn of the century, we had about 17 million people on food share, what people call food stamps. That number is now 42,000. So in other words, we've over doubled the number of people on food assistance, and America is very generous. I tour my food banks all the time. They do a fantastic job. Man, I love those food banks. So America does realize we have to cover people, but in order to get on food stamps, you need a lower income, and I think we ought to be spending more time wondering why. And right now, unemployment is almost non-existent, but despite the fact we have almost non-existent unemployment, we've skyrocketed up from 17 million to 42 million people on food stamps. So it's important, I want to dig into these programs, because some of these programs give people on the programs benefits that people not on the programs would not use. Okay, if you talk to your clerk in your local food store, they will comment, if you ask them frequently, that people on the government benefit are buying things that the people behind the counter would not think of buying. We have to ask ourselves, is that right? There is a housing program called Section 42, which in my opinion does more to benefit property tax developers than it does to benefit the people living in the housing. But there is a program in which, because the government pays for 70% of the cost of the housing that is built for so-called low income is frequently nicer or more lavish. If you look at the kitchen counters, if you look at where they build the properties, more lavish than the average American finds. I had a staffer a little while ago who got married, and when she and her husband were looking for housing, they were disappointed to find that the nicest housing was all low income, and they would not be able to afford such nice housing. I talked to a property developer, and he found it difficult to buy new land for new apartment projects because he'd always get outbid by the developers who were having 70% of their projects paid for by the government. So I've got two problems there. One is the general marriage penalty associated with the programs, and the other, and that whoever put the program in there, supports the program, appear to me to be more concerned about making money for property developers than even the people who need the low-income housing. I should point out that some low-income housing is going to be a necessity. We have people on Social Security whose incomes are so low that they can't even afford an apartment, and I can understand the reason for this housing. But overall, the point is that we right now are operating a policy in this country, have been operating the policy for 50 years, that says we don't want both mom and dad in the home with the children. George Gilder has written a lot about this problem. Robert Rector has written a lot about this problem. And there's no question, one of the reasons we've gone from 5% of the children born with a mother and father at home to now over 40%, that the problem is the government is encouraging this. I want to point out, you may say, well, you know, that's sure surprising. This is not something that we wanted. But there are a lot of people who actually view the American nuclear family as a problem. You know, Karl Marx, which seems kind of strange, 170 years ago, felt a goal of the hard left, the progressive left, or whatever you want to call it, was to abolish the family. There are names that maybe are forgotten, but in the 60s we had the radical feminists like Kate Millay, who, well-known person, talked about destroying the American family. She, for whatever philosophical reason, didn't want men in the household. So there are people who want this. There were 2 of the 3 people who founded Black Lives Matter called for ending the so-called Western prescribed nuclear family structure. And there's no question about 5 years ago around here, Black Lives Matter was perceived to be a very powerful institution, and a lot of people spoke about it positively. So it's important to remember they wanted to get rid of the nuclear family. How are we going to get back to where we used to be, where almost all children had a mother and father at home unless there would have been some catastrophe and one of the parents would have died? I think that's something that we should be looking at unquestionably over the next 3 months. This is a totally artificial thing. When I talk to people in other countries, Korea, India, almost unheard of, all this not having the father in the home. So why did it happen in the Western countries in the United States? No question. I think the reason is government policy has encouraged it. And I hope in the next 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 months, as we look at government programs, we have as our goal not discriminating in favor of families that don't have a mother and father at home, and even more important, stop discriminating against, displaying hatred and inequity against families in which both mother and father are at home. One other anecdote of a program, Pell Grants, I mentioned just briefly. I've been talking about this even before I got here for 25 years of my life. And once I talked about the marriage penalties associated with college scholarships, and I talked to a young gal who must have been 23 or 24, what she thought about this, and she said her and her husband got married before they were having children, but none of her friends were getting married because they got free college. In other words, they wanted to have the government pay for their college, and they realized whoever put together this food stamp program had, whether it was intentionally or unintentionally, put together one more program in which you were discriminated against if you were married, and actually were discriminated against if your parents were married. Another problematic situation here, and I hope that the American public and conservatives around this Capitol and throughout the country demand a situation in which we stop discriminating against the old-fashioned nuclear family. I think that is the most important problem facing America, facing the next Congress. It is a difficult issue to deal with because you don't want to be labeled mean or cruel. On the other hand, as a public policy, I think 60 years, coming up on 60 years, maybe 55 years, against brazenly discriminating against a nuclear family with a mother and father at home has got to end. and we should stop treating the mother and father family at home so poorly. We should stop penalizing them by keeping the newer apartments off the market for them. It's not right that they can't afford things in the food store that maybe people potentially lower income are. As far as health insurance is concerned, we discriminate against middle-class America. They frequently have big $15,000, $20,000 deductions on their health care, deductions that we would not give to somebody under normal circumstances who is not have both parents in the home. Another example of discrimination, another example of policy in which we try to destroy the American family. I think the first step here is to have more and more people talk about it. I think the American people should be aware of it. The American people should not be supportive of any program that so brazenly discourages having a mother and father at home. I realize it can happen, but I'll finish. When this was first brought to my attention, there was a great author by the name of George Gilder who wrote books in the late 70s and the early 80s about this family situation. And he actually studied what was known as a ghetto at the time in Albany, New York. And he followed around a young couple, a man and woman, after the young woman, who was going to become a mother, got pregnant. And he felt, he was probably born around 1940, he felt at that time that would be cause of concern and alarm that the young woman was pregnant. In fact, he found out at that time in Albany, New York, it was not considered a bad thing, it was considered a good thing, because now they would be eligible for food and eligible for medical care and finally able to get out from under their parents, and they were given their own apartment. By the way, I find that in my district too when I talk to people who administer the low-income housing. It's not unusual to have people get on the low-income housing because they're leaving their parents' house, which a lot of young people want to do, but I guess one way to get your own apartment is to have a child. I'm not sure that's a good thing. But in any event, George Gilder, looking at things, found a certain subset of society that felt it was monetarily beneficial to have a child without the father around, legally around. And as the result, we were probably shifting society away from and discriminating against the mother and father at home. George Gilder made another observation as he studied this class of people. Traditionally in our society, the purpose of the father has been to support the family. And George Gilder found that frequently fathers' income went up and responsibility level went up as he got married and had children and assumed assumed the role of being the breadwinner and responsible for paying the mortgage, that sort of thing. And as we got away from having the father in the home, they lose that motivation or that purpose in life. And as they lose that purpose in life, more likely to do drugs, more likely to not be as productive citizens. In other words, the dad becomes more productive after he gets married, not before he gets married. So not only is this, I think, the current policy a problem for children, I think it's a big problem for men as well. That's something that's talked about not nearly as much as it should be, but sometimes people wonder why there's such a higher percentage of men incarcerated than women, a higher percentage of men are dying of drug overdoses compared to women. And I think part of it is it has been the policy of the federal government to chase men out of the household. In any event, I leave my conservative friends around the country with this desire that over the next couple of months or 3 or 4 months, we talk about the perverse incentives and the apparent hatred of the American government for households with a man and woman both available to raise the children. And we work towards an equitable government in which we at least treat the two-parent family equally in the eyes of the government as we do families in which both parents are not available. Thank you very much.
Does the gentleman from Wisconsin yield back?
Absolutely.
Yay. With the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 30 minutes.
Or you're not going to have them all up? You'll do them one at a time. Okay. For this first one, give me just a little bit more room so I can walk on. I've got to walk on in front. Yep. You can bring it. You can arrange it closer after this first one. I rise to address the House for 30 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks. We're told that Trump has a mandate, that as a result of this election, the Republicans have a mandate to outlaw interstate travel by pregnant women, to deport 20 million people, to trash NATO, trash the dollar, and slash Social Security. So let us look at this mandate. You see, you get the difference between this red and this. Let's try to see the size of the mandate. There it is. That little area there. Mandate my ass. This is the smallest possible differential between the two parties. If we can put up the next chart, let's compare this mandate historically. Now, Calvin Coolidge, that's a mandate, won the popular vote by 25.2%. Joe Biden, 4.5 points, 3 times the mandate that's being claimed by the Trump administration. This chart shows an edge for Trump of 1.7%. Since we created that chart, California has finally counted its votes. We in California, we take a month to vote and then we take a month to count the votes. They're still valid. So it's really 1.5% difference. Compare that to Hillary Clinton's mandate. In 2016, she beat Trump by 2.1% of the popular vote. That might be a mandate. But this here, that's a squeaker. That's like saying you watch a football game and one team beats the other 48-47 because of a missed extra point, and that's a blowout? Hardly. There is no mandate to outlaw interstate travel by pregnant women or to trash NATO or deport 20 million people. There is, if anything, we'll see the reason people voted the way they did, not only here in the United States, but around the world. Although we'd want to put this right side up. Here we go. Yes, inflation peaked at about 9% in the United States, and the Biden-Harris administration was held responsible by voters. Keep in mind, this was a post-COVID effect. We saw it in the UK, where they had 11% inflation. In the EU area, 11.5%. But people were pretty angry at that inflation. And you do have a mandate to bring it down. But I've got good news for the Republican Party. We Democrats have already done 9/10 of the work. You see, it was about 9%. It's now down to 2.6% inflation. And every economist will tell you that you want about 2% inflation. Some would argue even higher, but the real hawks say 2% inflation in the economy. So we've brought it down from 9% to 2.6%. It's your responsibility to get it down that last 0.6%. But you do not have a mandate to deport 20 million people. Now let's talk a little bit about an aspect of cryptocurrency that hasn't come up. And it also relates to the administration of the federal government. You see, we have a number of departments in the federal government, and we name them. We don't name them after companies. It's called the Department of Transportation. It's not called the Pepsi-Cola Department. Think of how much money a tobacco company could make if we took that big canyon in Arizona and renamed it the Marlboro Man Canyon. We don't do that, except once. We now have a commission. We've had other commissions designed to study the efficiency of government and our expenditures. But this is the first time we've called the commission a department and spelled out DOGE, D-O-G-E. Well, why is that? Is that just a funny name? No, it's not. It is pimping out the U.S. government to help a private investment by naming a very important commission after Dogecoin. So what has happened? Has it worked? Has it spiked up Dogecoin? You bet. Dogecoin went up by 2.5 times, almost 3 times, from Election Day to a week after Election Day. Now you might say, well, we now have a crypto-friendly administration. Maybe it's just, no. Bitcoin went up 27%. Dogecoin went up about 270%. So who knew about this? Who profited from it? How much profit was reached? The increase in that 1 week was worth $37 billion to those who bet on Dogecoin. $37 billion. So Elon Musk tells us that he's serving on this commission and not earning 1 penny. But he's the one person in the country we knew that we'd have something called Doge, and he knew it the day Trump was elected. And many people thought Trump would be elected, maybe knew a day or two before. So in the 10 days before the name was announced, I think it's actually a week, we saw this value increase by $37 billion. 270% roughly compared to 27% for Bitcoin. Certainly, Mr. Musk knew. So this is the increase in Doge. Now let's talk about how it compares to Bitcoin. We see a peak on Doge right there at the announcement. So who was buying Doge in the days before? Who knew that that would be the announced famous name of a department that's getting more ink than just about anything else in government? Elon Musk knew. And so the man who says he's not going to earn a penny from the Department of Government Efficiency has already made some undisclosed portion of $37 billion. I call upon Mr. Musk to show this country his trading in cryptocurrencies from a few days before the election until today, so that we can know how the man that won't take a penny is benefiting, or perhaps not benefiting, from the $37 billion increase in the value of this cryptocurrency as a result of his unique name. He says he's doing it for free. And there were, of course, others who knew the name and might have known the effect on the value of Dogecoin. So let us talk a little bit more about cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrency claims to have one advantage over the dollar, and that is that it is electronic. Well, what about the dollar being electronic? It is to some degree. We've got Venmo, we've got Zelle, but crypto has spent more money buying politics perhaps than any other industry, depending upon how you define each of the other industries. Hundreds of billions of dollars. What did they get for it? They got passed in this House a law prohibiting the Federal Reserve Board from making the dollar electronic and more efficient. Why? Because, well, the same reason that Pepsi-Cola would like to pass a law saying you can't put any bubbles in Coke. They want to use the power of the federal government to cripple their main competitor. Now, I want to commend Donald J. Trump for his brilliant statements of 2019 when he said in July, "I'm not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including drug trade and other illegal activity. We have only one real currency in the USA, and it's stronger than ever, both dependable and reliable. It is by far the most dominant currency anywhere in the world, and it will stay that way. It's called the United States dollar." He was right in 2019, but he's changed. And the importance of this change should not be underrated. I got involved in looking at cryptocurrency because of my involvement in foreign affairs. I saw the pressure we were able to put on Iran. Why? Well, first there was a huge disagreement, at least in my party, about the nuclear deal that we negotiated as a result of that pressure, that we split into two camps. Some said the pressure we put on Iran is so intense that we're getting a good nuclear deal. And some said the pressure we're putting on Iran is so intense, we should get a better nuclear deal. But they agreed on one thing, it's the pressure. What was that pressure? I've been here since 1997. I voted for sanctions on Iran. I proposed sanctions on Iran. What was effective? When we told countries that if they wanted to use the US dollar, they had to diminish their oil purchases from Iran. It was the power of the dollar, not the power of our aircraft carrier groups, that forced Iran to sign an agreement they otherwise wouldn't have and might have been able to get an even better deal than that. So what is the effect of taking the dollar out? Well, first, we lose that international power, and God forbid, to achieve our foreign policy aims, we'd have to commit our soldiers and our sailors and our Marines and our airmen. Second, we have a level of fiscal responsibility in this House that would make Argentina blush. How is it that we usually get away with it? We get away with it because of the role the United States dollar plays in international affairs. It's the reserve currency. So yes, we print it. That would be inflationary. Most of the time it isn't. It was for a couple years during COVID. We print these dollars. We spend them because we don't want to raise taxes. We don't want to cut benefits. How do we get away with it? Everybody else in the world is using the dollar. And Donald Trump understands the importance of that. And in his quotes, I've said, as I quoted him, he understands how critical it is that the U.S. dollar play that role. So what happened to Donald Trump? Well, he takes the right position to defend the power of America and the wealth and income of American families, unless he can get a lot of money for doing the opposite. We saw the crypto industry provide hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions. But then we also saw the creation of World Liberty Financial, a crypto company controlled by Trump's families, as to which he has an official position, chief crypto advocate. And so now Donald Trump has become chief crypto advocate, abandoning the interests of America and abandoning the interests of American families. So, what is the objective of crypto? It's said here by crypto backer Sam Altman, where he says, I think the idea that we have a global currency that is outside the control of any government, so the U.S. can't use it to enforce its tax laws or its sanctions laws or its laws against drug trade, is a super logical and important step on the tech tree. That's what the crypto world wants to do to us. They tell us Trump knows how bad it is, and until he could profit by doing the difference, by doing the opposite, he agreed with me on this issue. So I look forward to fighting for the Trump of 2019 on this issue. And let's move on to the next slide. But just to show you that Trump understands what's going on, there is another possible currency, not cryptocurrency, as to which has not benefited him. And that was a proposal that he opposed. We require a commitment from these countries. Which countries? Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That they will neither create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency. Why this intense effort to prevent them from creating another currency? Because Donald Trump knows that having the dollar reign supreme means lower interest rates for American families. It means America has greater influence in the world. He still knows that rival currencies are bad for the American family and for the American people and for the American government. And he's opposed to new currencies when he can't make extra money from their creation. But when he sees the campaign contributions from cryptocurrencies and when he sees the money his family is going to make off their new crypto enterprise, he seems to move in the other direction. Okay, we done with slides? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the people and the parliamentarians of South Korea. They inspired the world when they were faced with an outrageous declaration of martial law. The parliamentarians fought their way into their parliamentary building and voted 190-0, including all the members who were able to vote from President Yoon's party, to stop the martial law. President Yoon's declaration of martial law was absolutely outrageous. It was an affront to South Korean democracy, an affront to the worldwide effort for democracy and the rule of law. And what was also outrageous was his attempt to justify it on national security grounds. Because that declaration of martial law, and thank God it was stopped in a few hours, not only did nothing to enhance South Korea's national security, it undermined it. Because what are the two pillars of South Korean national security? The first is the unity of the South Korean people in their dedication to democracy and the rule of law. President Yoon undermined that. And second, it is the relationship between the Republic of Korea and the United States and the American people. And our commitment to South Korea is not a remnant of the fact that we fought together in the 1950s. Yes, we remember history. But our dedication to South Korea is there because of our shared dedication to democracy. President Yoon tried to undermine that. I applaud the people of Korea and I applaud the parliamentarians of Korea in making sure that he was unsuccessful. Mr. Speaker, in May of the year 2000, I was at this podium talking about the dangers of what I called engineered intelligence, artificial intelligence from our computer engineers, or new types of mammalian life from our biological engineers, say a 1,000-pound mammal with a 200-pound brain that might beat my grandkids on the law school admissions test. Right now, artificial intelligence is the rage. And the question before us is it a tool or is it a creature? And the answer is clear for the next quarter century at least. It's a tool. It's a powerful tool, an increasingly powerful tool, and we need to do a lot in Congress to make sure it's a tool for good. But we also have to think of the second half of this century and whether artificial intelligence becomes a creature with its own volition, its own objectives. Now, we're spending trillions of dollars to make artificial intelligence more intelligent. And if we didn't, and we are, But while we're doing it, so is China, so is Europe, so are others. Nothing is going to derail this effort to use artificial intelligence to make money and power. But while we are spending trillions making AI more powerful, perhaps we should spend 1% in a government agency to do some research on how to deal not just with the problems that will confront us in the next few decades, but those that confront us in the second half of this century. I mean, how do we need to do research? And I look forward to working with my colleagues in designing a bill to authorize this, so that we are monitoring for and preventing self-awareness, ambition, survival instinct, volition. If we do not, then all I can say is this. It was several hundred years ago, some would say is perhaps only 100 years ago or less, that our ancestors showed were a new level of intelligence. We said hello to the slightly less intelligent Neanderthal, and then we said goodbye to Neanderthal. And I realize there are genetic studies and there are footnotes to what I'm saying, but we're here, Neanderthal isn't, and that's because that was the last time a new level of intelligence arose. It is only a matter of time before artificial intelligence is more intelligent than any human. And I mean in a generalized sense, not just doing the things computers are good at, but doing the things that we do. And we had better make sure that the machines we build do not literally take on a life of their own, create their own objectives, their own tasks, seek to survive and propagate, and seek to achieve their own objectives. Am I almost? I'll inquire how much more time I have.
The gentleman from California has 8 more minutes.
Thank you. So artificial intelligence is a powerful tool. It will be a more efficient tool. The question is, will it remain unaware? And if it becomes aware, will it have objectives? Some have said that artificial intelligence will be the perfect Zen Buddhist, well aware of the situation, but utterly uncaring as to what happens. You go to today's largest computers and say, I think I should hit you with a sledgehammer and remove all your parts and sell the parts. How much will I get for the parts? And today's computer, today's artificial intelligence will do its best to calculate the value of those parts. You go to the stupidest or one of the less intelligent life forms, cockroach running across the floor, and tell it that you want to stomp on it and see how it reacts. It has a survival instinct. So let us hope that artificial intelligence does not develop a survival instinct, that does not develop self-awareness, but let us not just hope. Let's take 1% of what we're doing to make AI more powerful to make sure it's safe. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on that objective. While I'm talking about engineered intelligence, many decades from now, we'll confront another issue, and that is genetic engineering, designed to create new levels of intelligence. Whether they start with elephant DNA or human DNA, certainly a mammal with a genetically engineered brain 10 times the size of the average human would probably be pretty smart. And while I do not know whether artificial intelligence will have a survival instinct, ambition, a desire to affect its environment so as to ensure its own survival or its propagation, I do assume that any life form we create will have all those things. Because, as I exemplified with the cockroach, every biological entity has a survival instinct. And the DNA that did not wish to survive and propagate didn't, and it ain't here. So we will confront that issue many decades from now, and our successors or their successors will have to wrestle with what kind of genetic engineering can be done that affects intelligence. But our Congress here has got to deal with the computer engineering that's already in front of us. And we can worry about some of the short-term things. Is a self-driving car safe, or will we see an automobile accident? And that's important, and we want to save people from automobile accidents. But it's not existential. We as a humankind have lived through automobile accidents and bad drivers. But what is existential is the possibility of creating an artificial intelligence with general capacities and self-learning that also happens to develop. And we don't know how this arises. We don't even know whether it exists in certain animals. We know it exists in ourselves. If it develops self-awareness, ambition, a desire to survive, an ability to set its own goals. So I look forward to working with my colleagues. My fear is that all the money and power in the world is going to go hell-bent for making AI powerful, and there'll be nothing, not even crumbs, to making AI safe. And those few crumbs will go into dealing with issues that involve the safety of one person today who could be hurt in an automobile accident, and even less than crumbs will go into the bigger issue of whether AI develops its own ambition and self-awareness. So with that, Mr. Speaker, and in less time than I was allocated, I've covered 4 different subjects. And I look forward to rejoining with so many of my colleagues next week. I yield back.
Does the gentleman from California yields back? Does the gentleman from California have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion that we recess or adjourn? Adjourn. Adjourn until?
No, I do that part.
Oh, until the time specified by the chair.
Yeah. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, stands adjourned until Monday at noon for morning hour debate.